Hello, welcome back. Hi Dale. Hi Leo. Oh, you chose a Parasect. What are you doing? Bait Nox, how you doing? I like this. I like this new stream avatars thing. That's fun. I'm happy about this. Oh, Rocker Leo, thank you for the resub. Thank you so much for that. How you doing? I'm stoked about these avatars. It's cute. I couldn't actually see them. I was stuffing around last night and I couldn't actually see them, so I'm happy that they're working. Amp, hello, welcome to chat. Are you an Insta friend? Where do I know you from? Welcome. I hope you're having a great day. Today we have some packs to rip. I'll wait until we have a little bit more attendance maybe, and we'll do a vote on what we want to open. We'll make some decisions. And then I have a card altar from Insta, of course. I have a card altar. This is what we're painting today. And I'm low-key terrified because it's the first like vintage card I've done. And it's a commission. So someone's sent me this. They've given me money. I can't stuff it up. I have to do great. So hopefully that turns out amazing. We'll see. How are you, Flaming Gear? Welcome back. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. I'm so glad you're here. Let me try to fix this camera. It keeps trying to autofocus. And I don't know why. Autofocus is just not, it's not my friend. I'm gonna turn it off. Hopefully that's okay. It looks like I'm in focus. That looks okay. So it'll stop trying to do that auto thing because it wasn't working so great. And then you jumped in Discord. Amazing. Ooh, to suss out getting an altar. What are you thinking? I have like a list of commissions now. It's getting out of hand. It's a little bit overwhelming. I'm excited about it though. Agroid Moose, welcome. I'm glad you get to catch a stream again. Welcome to chat. Thank you so much for coming. I'm glad that you're here. We've got some painting to do. We have some packs to open. So I'm excited. A Dragonair. Oh my god. You know what, Amp? I actually have a Dragonair that's like on its way. So I have a Dragonair commission that's going to happen. I forget what the set's called. It's the one with all the cherry blossoms. I had to order it. I had to order it special. And it is gonna be so pretty. But you know the one where the Dragonair's like in the water and it's got the little cherry blossoms coming in? So I'm doing that one already. The other one I was tossing up for SAS. Is there's a dark Dragonair. That was the other one I thought could be really interesting, and it has all the like crystals around it. I feel like that could be really fun for an altar as well. I was a little bit devastated, like when Sass messaged me and she was like, I really want a Dragonair card. And I was looking, I was like, there's not that many options. I feel like there should be more options because Dragonite evolution line, like all of those Pokemon are so cool. And I feel like Dragonair just like didn't get as many cards as it should have. I don't know. But yeah, if you've got a slab of that one, you're going to send the Cherry Blossom one. That's fine. I think as long as we do a different idea, I'm totally cool with it. So yeah, send me a message. Let me know what you want. The idea for Sasses is that we're going to do, I'm going to extend the water down and then we're going to have a little Dratini that's like swimming in the water. I haven't quite decided if it's going to be, like I'll just try to make the perspective so Dratini's floating, or if I'm going to like try to stretch myself and make Dratini like doing a flip underwater and like have some bubbles around it. I think that could be really cool, but I'm a little intimidated. So I think that'll be cool. But I think as long as we do like a different idea. The other thing that I think could be really cool with that card is if we maybe did like under the water and had some underwater Pokemon, maybe like little, I don't know, love discs or coral reef, like rocks, and then we could even try to do like a waterfall in the background maybe. I might be stretching myself too much there, but yeah, tons we could do with that card because it is a really, really nice one. So if you want to do that, I'm down. Definitely down. How's everybody else? How are you, Leo? How's little Bubba Boy? How are you, Moose? Give me updates. And I want to get a feel from chat about what we want to open today. It'll definitely be Japanese. Andy, welcome. Look what we've got to do later. I'm excited. I'm so stoked about this. I'm nervous, but I'm stoked. How you doing? I think my anxiety is coming down. I know how to strip back the coating on it, like where all the text and stuff is, so that we can expose the holo and just like extend the artwork. I'm hoping that what we find is the holo that's behind everything is the color of the sky. If it's not, I think I might struggle to match it. I'll get there, but I'm hoping that's it. And you sent me one with like a really nice swirl. Can everyone see the swirl? Look at that. That is a sick swirl. Maybe there's more swirls like behind. There might be more swirls. Who knows? But yeah, I think this is going to be really cool. So thank you for trusting me with this. I'm really excited. It's a sick swirl. So I definitely won't cover that up. But like, I think they've done like the hard yards. He was your scuffed one. Yeah, fair enough. I can see especially around the top. Well, now that I've not done the autofocus. Especially at the top of this, you can see it's a little, it's had a hard life, this card. But that's totally fine. That's why we paint on them. Like, you wouldn't want to paint a perfect one. It wouldn't make any sense. So, I guess my question is, like, first question I have for chat. Amp, thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. I was going to say, my first question for chat is, first of all, what type of box do we want to open? So, I have Pokemon Go and I have Dark Phantasma that I've set aside that I want to open. I will eventually open like more of both of these sets, but I'm curious about what it is that you guys want to see today. So we'll start that. I'm going to put up a poll. And then I also have some promo packs set aside that will open. I might spread that out a little bit as well. We'll see. We shall find out. But yeah, I have a few. I was going to say I went overboard with Pokemon Go. I don't reckon I did. I bought 4 booster boxes. I feel like that's kind of reasonable. I feel like I behaved myself. And I did it when the prices were not bad. Sometimes. And Kerr, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the fam. Very happy to have you here. So, yes, I have a few of those, and I have a couple of Dark Phantasma that we can choose between. My goal is that I definitely want to finish Pokemon Go. I don't know how many of these I'm going to open to try to achieve that goal, because I feel like I will be devastated and not have a good time if I just open the not-so-great secret rares. Like, if I just get the ones that are cheap, and then I have to buy all the really expensive ones, I'll be annoyed. So I may just open one more box, I'm not sure. But I think it's a really fun set. I'm kind of like astounded by the number of like negative comments that I've seen made about this set. Like, I think it's a really fun set. It's a small set, but most Japanese sets are small sets. Like, yeah, it doesn't have a bunch of really expensive cards, but that makes it approachable for people. Yeah, no, Amph, I'm not going to try to finish this set by opening boxes. I'm not insane. I think the maximum number of boxes I would open would be 3, and I would keep 1 sealed. But I was going to say, like, based on what I pulled today, I'll decide if I want to open 1 more box or not. And then the rest of it, I'll just buy as singles, and I'll probably give it, like, a little bit more time. I think the dream pull is either the full art Mewtwo or the alternate art Mewtwo. I really want both of those. Insane? What do you mean? Oh my gosh, what was I saw a reel today. I can't remember who it was. That he clipped himself pulling the Moonbryon from Eevee Heroes, and the caption was, like, he was so over the moon because he'd opened 63 boxes. And I'm like, even at retail, to me, that is like way beyond what I could possibly afford, even for like a total number of boxes to have ever opened. Like 63. I was like, fuck. Damn. And I bet, like, if you've got enough money and you've opened 50 boxes, you're like, well, I fucking might as well just go until I get it. Like, I've already spent 50 grand. Like, I don't even know. I can't math that. I can't count that high. Someone help. But yeah, I definitely agree. Some people are just going to complain no matter what they get. That's, like, absolutely true. Small sets where the basic, standard, and large sets are actually new. Exactly. I totally agree, Flaming Gear. And I don't really like the really big sets. People don't like the small sets because they get duplicates. I know what you mean. I think with, like, for example, Celebrations. Celebrations to me was too small. And it wasn't just that the number of cards was 50. It was that you would get so many repeats of those first 25, and then the last 25 were, like, impossible. That was shitty. Wait, hold on. Okay, Flaming says, I mean, small sets were the basic. If you see my Hidden Fates Zard clip, you lost your mind because you did over 400 tins. What? Like, personal, Andy? Jesus. Personal? 400 personal tins? Or is that, like, group break tins? Because that doesn't totally count. But damn, personal. Oh, my God. You crazy. You crazy. Well, thank you for selling me that one that you got from someone that you know. I don't feel so bad for taking it off you at, like, a not terrible price if you've already opened 400. Let me have one. Let me have one nice thing. But yeah, you get heaps of dupes in the big sets as well. Okay, so let's see. These are my 3 boxes that I have. So we'll say this is 1, 2, and 3. We're going to put up a new poll to say which one to open. Because so far, you guys have not steered me wrong. And, like, realistically, I kind of think, like, it doesn't matter so much which I open. Because it's going to be what it is. Like, no matter what. I can't do anything about it. Let me turn off this autofocus thing, too, because it's just shit on this camera. Okay. Let me try to... That's a better... Okay, there we go. Stop stressing, I'm here. Mavo, I'm so glad you're here. I was really worried. That was all I talked about for the beginning. That was all I could talk about. I couldn't handle it. I was, like, crying. It was a whole thing. Please don't watch the VOD. Just trust me. Trust in your friends is really important. We still need to play Fall Guys. Your DMs were yeah, I know. Yeah, I was texting him. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Saws Mavo. Everyone could see how distressed I was. Ginger Fingers, thank you for the follow. Welcome to chat. Feel free to say hello if you like. Thank you for being here. I like that all my little avatar fam jumps up and down when someone follows. That's a bit cute. I need someone to explain, like, how you play the games with these avatars, because I don't understand. I think it's pretty cool, though. It was over 400 packs. Over 400 packs. Okay, well, that's... I was going to say that sounds more reasonable, but that's, like, crazy. Far out. 144 tens. Damn. Well, if you want to sub Mavo, you can make yourself a Snorlax in my stream avatars, but no pressure. I kept them really tiny because I feel like they're scaled a little bit better. But I'm obsessed. I'm sorry for copying you, Andrew. I'm so sorry. I'll shout out all the Card Stars fam. But yeah, I'm sorry. I totally copied. It's subs only, Mavo. All right. Oh, box 3. So we've leaned into box 3. I like it. I like it a lot. And then I realized. Now, you know what? I've been upfront. I've been upfront about this in a few different places, and I'm just gonna tell the truth. I, like, massively overpaid for 25th anniversary, and I still have one promo pack left, and I think I paid $25 for this. So if we want to open that, we can, or we can open some Pogo packs. I still have, how many do I have? 2, 4, 6. I still have 8 of those Pogo packs left as well. So we might do some promo packs too. But like, goddamn, 25th anniversary, I got stiffed. Okay? I feel like in every country, I'm sure that there's Facebook groups that do the same thing, where like when boxes go up and new sets come out, there's people out there to take advantage of it. And I got taken advantage of. I did a dumb thing. and I lost. I spent too much money on that set. Which is fine. Just set a new goal. I feel like I'm kicking goals at the moment. I don't really know why, but we'll just keep it up. So yeah, I don't know if I should even say, I paid $300 for a box of the Japanese 25th anniversary set. 25 is not bad. Okay, you did originally pay 40 on the hype, but you didn't touch the boxes because 350 was a joke. Yeah, it was such a joke, but yeah, I paid 300. So devastated. I was absolutely gutted when those prices tanked. I made a reel about it. The guy you get your Japanese sets from is awesome and refuses to overcharge. Well, DM me the details, please. Amp, I would like to know. I'm interested. Is it Andy? Just out of curiosity. But yeah, I feel like the hype for that set was so massive. And like the reality was, we didn't know what was going to be in it. And like people were just charging out the butthole for it. Sorry, I like to set up my boxes so that I can put the cards in and they look cute for me. Just give me a minute. Thanks, Amp. Much appreciated. But yeah, seriously, $350 was absurd. It was way too much for that set. Okay, so what we want is Mewtwo. Like, basically any Mewtwo will do, but preferably alt-art, obviously. Oh, Rust Reaver, thank you so much for following. Welcome to chat. I hope you're having a great day. Oh, well, there you go. Dale won the jump catch game, so he obviously knows what's happening. I need scissors, because these are tough to open. Is anyone else, like, really superstitious about what order secret rares are in Japanese boxes? I'm not going to shuffle it because I'm curious. I have historically shuffled them, though, and whenever I've done group breaks, I always shuffle them. Because a lot of people seem to think, like, they're always at the beginning or they're always at the end. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this one fits in with that theory. But yeah, you got me now, Andy. Definitely helpful. Definitely helpful. Okay. I'm going to do the pack trick. I know you said this wasn't the secret, Leo, but I reckon it is. I reckon pack trick works. One to the front. Alright, we've got a water energy. A Pit of Evolution. It's not the Unfazant. I always forget the name of the middle one. We've got a Pika. Super cute. Camerupt. Pokemofo! Welcome! Big shout out to Pokemofo on Insta. I actually won his giveaway. I'm so stoked. Thank you so much. Okay, what have we got? Oh, I needed the Melmetal. Legend. And of course, like a truly unprepared streamer, I don't have my sleeves. I will also need a second for that. Sorry, I had to close the blinds too. The weather is just like insane at the moment. I know, I literally never have sleeves. I'm terrible. I'm so bad at this. And Tranquil, I'm positive that I didn't know that last time and you gave me the answer then too. So there we go. Winning. But yeah, Pokemofo on Insta, he hit 1,000 followers and very kindly ran a giveaway for everyone. And it was like the first real giveaway I've won. Yes, there is. Wait, I need to go that way. There is a Dragonair in the background. I don't know if you follow VPCPC on Insta. He makes all of these super cute paper crafts. They're adorable. They're so beautiful. So definitely go check him out. But it's just if you want to go have a look. He makes, they're all glittery. They're really cute. So go check them out because they're so sweet. He sent me 2. How long ago was it? Like a few months ago. He sent me a couple. And then I loved them so much. He watched my reaction on Twitch when I opened them. He was like, what other Pokemon do you like? I'll send you more. So now I have heaps. He's so cute. Alright. We've got a Darkness Energy. I really like these too. The hollows are so nice. Cute little Meltan, who is like about the size of the tools. We've got a Magikarp. This is the only art in this set that I am like super dubious of. I don't know. It's Dying Fish. I don't get it. I don't understand. Pupitar. Blanche. I really want the full art of Blanche. I have not pulled any heat yet. No. Oh, what have we got? Is this just a regular VMAX? I've not pulled any heat yet. This is the second pack I've opened. Oh yeah, Melmetal. Okay. It's a double, but that's alright. We do have this one already. I think. I did pull this last time. Damn it. Because I was annoyed it took up the V-Star spot. Darn it. Yeah, it is literally a massacre. I don't understand why that's the art. Doesn't make sense. Ugh. I do not yet have the Snorlax in this set. I don't have the regular Blastoise or the Radiant Blastoise. I don't have the Radiant Venusaur. What else didn't I get? I think those were the main ones. Those are the main ones I'm missing. Still a few. I opened a booster box on stream last week, and then I also opened one of the special boxes. I did that for YouTube, and that'll be up probably next week. Water Energy, Bibarel, so cute. I really like the Smeargle in this one. When I first saw this, I thought Smeargle was the Pokemon, but then obviously got the Ditto there, so duh. Another gorgeous so-so artwork. I'm obsessed with these. To be fair, you got the VMAX in one of your boxes and got both V-Stars. Okay. Well, maybe you were just lucky. I love this Chansey. It's fucking cute. Solrock. Yes, finally! Finally, we got the Snorlax. It's so nice. Okay, happy. We're getting there with the hollows. That's at least... That's a step in the right direction. Ryan, hello. How you doing? I hope that you're having a great day or night, whatever it is that you're up to. I'm stoked with this. Very happy. So we got Snorlax. I did need that for my binder, so we getting there. We are getting there. I'm just gonna have a quick coffee break. Give me one sec. Pokemofo, what do you reckon? What do you reckon the missed opportunities are? Tell me about that. What are the missed opportunities? I think there are heaps as well, but I'm curious what you think. You reckon I spoke the Snorlax into existence? I would really like to do that with the Mewtwo alternate art. How crazy would it be if I pulled a Mewtwo alternate art out of this pack? That would be nuts if I was talking about the Mewtwo alt art and then I pulled it. That would be crazy. You're good, thanks, in Melbourne, so it's still daytime. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I am in Sydney, and also, obviously, it's still daytime. We've got Psychic Energy. Very cute Squirtle. These So-Sos. Dying. I love the So-So artworks in this set. We've got a cute little bit of Ariados. I keep wanting to think that that's going to be the special card, and it's not. We've got a Pokestop. And a Lapras. I think I've gotten one of these out of every box. At least in my personal experience, this seems to be like the most common holo. But maybe I'm crazy. Is it totally off-putting if when I finish this box I go get my binder and I put my cards in my binder? At least the new ones? Is that acceptable Twitch behavior? I'm trying to get like way better at putting things away. I find it really hard. I got to this point. I've got like a... How many rows are in it? It's like 2 by 7 rows card holder, and they each hold like this thick of cards. It holds a lot, and it completely filled up. No, I've opened... So I opened the special set, the Pikachu box, and a booster box. So I think I've got 3 Lapras. I think I've got 3. Okay. Fighting energy. Oh, cute Natu. That's adorable. That's trainer shoulder. We've got... Why am I putting those in the wrong pile? We've got an A-Palm. Super cute. You do you. Put them away if you want to. Alright, I will. That'll help me stay organized. Ivysaur. Yeah, exactly. Chances are I will forget. Or, like, it's not even forgetting, Alan. It's, like, just literal laziness. Another Moltres. Okay, that was one that I only pulled the other day. Stoked about that. So pretty. I love the moon. It's really nice. What's your favorite legendary bird, out of curiosity? I would say I really like Articuno. I reckon Articuno is my fave. But Moltres, they're all cool. Definitely. Some of the arts they should have turned into alt arts because there's some really cool artwork. Maybe some more exclusive and in-game extras like this would have been a really big deal. You felt like it was rushed. Yeah, it was a little bit rushed. I reckon the other thing is, like with that Dragonite, maybe it's because Dragonite recently got an alt art in Blue Sky Stream / Eevee Heroes that they didn't. But I reckon the Dragonite V is such a cool artwork that it could easily be an alt art. Like, it's such a nice illustration. It feels like almost a waste that it's just in a set. Got a Metal Energy. More Magikarp. Numel. That's not a Ditto, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so in this one, we get another Ditto, we get a Radiant, and we get an SR. So my first Ditto was Numel. I haven't actually peeled it yet. I'm kind of thinking I want to have like one of each of the unpeeled Dittos and then a Ditto in my binder. I don't know if that's overkill, but that's what I'm thinking I want. Your favorite legendary bird, Alan, is Lugia, because that's your first edition. Fair enough. You got to after opening 26 packs. That's not bad. 26 is not bad. We've got a Pidove, Steelix, Melmetal V. I needed this one as well. Okay, we're killing it. Got a few that we didn't have yet. That's what you're gonna do as well, Andy. All right. Well, that makes me feel better. It's nice. I really like these more like illustrated V cards. I think these are they're stepping it up. That's my opinion. I reckon they're stepping it up with the regular Vs. Sadajai. I prefer these to the 5-Ben graphics ones. Definitely. I reckon the really like illustrated looking ones are a lot nicer. Your favorite legendary bird? Who else? Vishk, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Bennigan's, welcome back. 2 streams in a row. So glad you're here. Okay, this one feels like it has the Ditto in it. I reckon my Ditto's in here. Yeah, the V's are so much better. Alright, we've got a Fire Energy. What card do you guys think is Ditto? I'm just hoping... I almost hope it's another Numel so I can open it. I'm doing great, Vish. I hope you are as well. Thank you for coming. Larvitar. Super cute. Pokemofo like Mewtwo. The Mewtwo is the big chase card, which you love because him floating the city is dope. but that's the only card everyone is really chasing. Yeah, but I reckon the gold Mewtwo's really nice. The full art Mewtwo's really nice. A Tranquil. See, I remembered. Another Slowbro. Super cute. And a Hollow Blissey. Okay, so there was no Ditto in there. That was just a weird feeling pack. Hollow Diddy. Hollow Blissey. What is wrong with me today? I'm on Struggle Street. You need to get food. Fair enough. Go get food. I will show you the SR when you get back. And someone may clip it. Hopefully someone will think to clip it when I pull it if you're not here. How's that? An alt art Darkrai would have been so cool. Definitely. Welcome, Zing Combo. I don't have a location command. Tell us about that. Are you wondering about my location? Is that what that's meant to do? Hello. How are you doing? Alright, so we don't stuff over Andy too much. Rather than do a poll, just give me a feeling in chat. Do we want to open a 25th anniversary promo pack or one of the Pogo packs? Just say anniversary or 25th or Pogo in the comments. What do we think? Yes, I am Australian. Well, I'm from the US. I'm in Australia. Yeah, they definitely got slept on. I 100% agree. I reckon that they should have done one for Astral. Definitely. We've got 25th. What do we think? We only got one vote for each. Someone else vote. The next person to say what they want me to open gets to choose 25th or Pogo. You decide. Someone say something. Your accent goes between US and Aussie on the flip of the Switch, yeah. Well, I grew up there. Well, they're all promos though. They're all promos, Amph. That doesn't help. Which promos? Pokemon Go? Okay, Pokemon Go. I think this one. Give me another year or two. I don't know, Andy. I'm not sure about that because I've been here since I was a teenager. So I reckon 4. I think I did pick the 4th one actually. I've been here since I was a teenager, so I actually don't know that it's gonna get any more different. Hey Byron, how you doing? Welcome to chat. I had a great week. How about you? We're just opening some Pokemon Go. I haven't found my Radiant or my SR or my Ditto yet, so we've got a lot of chasing to do, but we're gonna do a promo. You reckon the 25th? Well, we can do that next, Ellen. Oh, Charmander, that's so cute. Well, this was the one of the starters that I didn't have yet because I got the Squirtle and the Bulbasaur last time, so I'm happy to have the 3 starters. And now I just need the Dragonites and what else is it? My mind's gone blank. The tree. How many different promos? There's 7. So there's the 3 starters. There's Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur. There's 2 different Dragonite cards. There is an Executor and a Melmetal. I reckon this is a nicer Charmander art. Totally agree. Better than the one that's in the set. It's so cute with the little present. Who's this by? This is Saya Suruta. Okay. You only see the starters? Yeah. I think they're the more common ones. The other ones have been a little bit more expensive, so they must be a bit less common. And I reckon it's the same with the other Japanese promos. Like, if you really wanted to look through that, because it's only 1 card, I think you probably could have a peek. Yeah, with most TV and movies being US accent, doesn't help. And the same thing, like, my parents have really strong American accents. Like, that, theirs haven't changed at all. Alright, let's see. Lightning Energy to start off with. Cute Charmander. Like, yeah, I definitely agree. They do. They'd get siphoned off for sure. Maybe for my idea of doing connecting cards, I should do this one instead. That might be a better shout. Alright, we've got cute Charmander, Pikachu, Candela, Lunatone. That one's really nice. I think they should have like paired off the artists. So like who did Lunatone? Lunatone should have done Soul Rock as well. Ooh, what is it? What did I get? Is this the full art Dragonite? Ah, it is! It's so cute! I'm happy with this. He's adorable! Yay! I love it! Oh my god, it's so cute. Okay, I'm not even mad. I'm so not mad that you're not Mewtwo because I love you. The holo on this in person is so sweet. It's so pretty. The camera is like not doing it justice. The like wind in the background, the texture. Oh, it's so nice. I really, really like it. I'm glad you got to be here for it, Andy. We love it. It seems way too bare in the background compared to Bulba and Squirtle. The Charmander, I agree. And it's so like dead as well. Oh, this is really cute. Is that a print line? Oh, is that it is! Can you see that like awkward shadow? That's a print line, but oh well. It'll look nice in my binder. It's so sweet. Oh, look at Chunky Boy. He's so cute. Oh my god, I love it. He's so sweet. He's so cute. Oh, I love it. Okay, I'm really chuffed with that. I'm not, like, even a tiny bit upset that it's not a Mewtwo. Honest opinion. I really like Dragonite. Oh, thanks, Andy. You didn't have to swap your days. Oh, Malfoy. He is. He's the cutest, like, chonk. The best Lechonk. What is everyone thinking as far as starters in next gen, by the way? I really like the grass cat. What if it was a Mewtwo? I would have been really happy if it was a Mewtwo as well. I would have been stoked if it was Mewtwo. But I'm really stoked with the Dragonite as well. Heart can't be unbroken. I'm sorry, Mavo. I'm sorry. I'm a monster. Tyranno TV, thank you so much for following. Welcome. And I hope you're having a great day. Super cute Wartortle. Beautiful artworks here. We've got a lure module. Lechonka's life. Yay! Another Mewtwo. Ain't mad. Always happy for more Mewtwo. See, I did get a Mewtwo. You're thinking the squished lizard? The squished lizard is like really cute, actually. I kind of want to see like what the final evolutions are. I like the grass type. I like the grass cat. I think she's cute. I almost always go grass, to be fair. Yeah, I reckon it will be. I reckon it's gonna be like some sort of creepy waifu cat. And that's gonna make me unhappy. But I so would not be surprised if it ends up being bipedal. And I think it will ruin it. But hypothetically, what you two are... You actually... What Mewtwo am I looking for? Because it's not the regular one. So there's two. There are two in this set, Alan, that I really like. There is a full art Mewtwo that has a really pretty, like, purple background. And there is a alternate art Mewtwo that is, like, floating in a city. And then there's also a gold Mewtwo VMAX. So my two favorites are the full art and the alternate art, but I want to collect the whole set, so I need to get the gold one too. But the ones I'm really looking for are the full art and the alt art. And I hope... Oh, do I end up opening another box? to chase them, or do I just buy them? I don't know, Alan. What do you think I should do? Should I open one of my other boxes, or should I just buy those two now? Should I just cut my losses and buy them? I'll just end up with heaps more bulk. I feel like I'll pull something that's cursed, like the Full Art Conkeldurr, and I'll be devastated, and then I'll have heaps more bulk. That'll be what happens if I open more. I reckon it will be a waifu cat. I'm not saying that in like a good way, Ryan. I'm saying that in a... I don't think it's the best thing. Zing, I think you're gonna be a bad influence. I can tell already that you're gonna be a bad influence. Bulk is life. I know. If there's... Yes, finally! Okay, I needed this. I needed the regular Stoice, so we're stoked with that. This box was a great choice. Agroid, just buy them. I totally agree. I think that that is the smart thing to do. Oh, you reckon open it? Oh, man. The price went down for Alt Art Mewtwo? Pokemofo. Coming in with the facts. I love it. I might do that then. Might just buy it. Oh, man. So many questions. The question is, how much are they worth, or do you want to take your chances with opening another box? Well, it depends. Because the risk, Alan, is that if I open another box and I pull one of the secret rares that's worth like $6, then that's a waste. Because the box cost me 5,700 yen, which is like, I don't know, 60 bucks plus like shipping and taxes and all that stuff. So the box probably cost me, I don't know, maybe close to 70 bucks when you think about all that. So if I only pull one of the cheap... Don't ask Degens if you should degen. You're right. You're 1000% right. Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to listen to you. I think that's actually like a really reasonable response. Another cute so-so artwork. Kills me every time. They're so bloody cute. I really hope I get a new Radiant that I don't have yet. We've got a Spinarak. Unpheasant. V-Star! Another draggy V-Star. Never gonna be mad at that. I love the hollows on these. They're so pretty. And I like that they're not just straight white. I like that it's like pastel around the edges. They're so pretty. His eyes. So happy with that. But yeah. I reckon Ryan is definitely right. This is not the group to ask for suggestions. This is not financial advice. I'm so tired of hearing that. Every bloody time you watch a YouTube video about Pokemon, you get the "this is not financial advice," then proceeds to give you financial advice. I've had it up to here. Alright. What do we think the Radiant's gonna be? I really hope it's Eevee. That would make my day. If this was a Radiant Eevee, I would be over the moon. Ryan says, you haven't started this set, you're not sold on it, but it has some nice hits. It does! It's beautiful. And I think especially for people that like Pokemon Go. That would be my sort of feeling on it. Like, if you like Pokemon Go, and you also like opening packs, you're gonna like this. I think it's great. Like, I really like the real life settings as well. Like that the Snorlax is just in front of a house and that Charizard is just out in the city. It's cool. Alan says, well, if the individual card will cost you less, you don't think that's a better option. That's what you did for your Zapdos. So you spent, regular one you spent 50 on the regular card. Exactly. Exactly. If you spend more on the box, it just kind of depends. And like, you never know what you're going to get. You might get the thing that costs like 120 bucks. But realistically, Alan, I guess with this set, I think the most expensive card was what, like $120 or $150? Like, they're not that expensive. You would like to have seen some more Smeargle pop-up arts. I totally agree on that, Pokemofo. 100%. More Smeargles would be better. Alright, what energy do we think we have? I reckon... Psychic. Nope. Always wrong. I don't think I've ever gotten that right. We've got a Numel, Meltan, Ambipom, Solrock. Oh, cute Pika. I will take as many of these cute Pikas as I can get. I do freaking love them. They're so nice. Alright, I think it's time for another promo pack. Whoever answers first gets to choose. Pick a number between 1 and 7. And we will open that promo pack. A number between 1 and 7. No, you cannot go wrong with that Pika. 3. Alright, Ryan, you got it. Number 3. We'll open that one. Sorry, Amp. Better luck next time. 5, 4. We might have to do 4 next time. Which would now be number 3. Okay. I hate cutting these open. Gives me anxiety. Can't win them all. So's guys. Ugh. I think someday I'm gonna accidentally cut a card and I'm gonna be heartbroken. At least this isn't like the 25th anniversary where some of them are really expensive. Alright, what do we think? Is it another starter? Is it Dragonite? Which is the one that I really want. Starter. Okay, another Charmander. That's alright. It's fine. These seem to be the ones that I'm gonna keep getting. I don't know. Don't care if you pick the right number, hopefully you get good cards. That's all that matters. Thanks, Alan. Alright, well, we've got another Charmander. We've got a duplicate. So I could actually paint that one into my little option. I was thinking of expanding the so-so artworks. And I kind of don't love the Charizard that's in the set. The Charmander that's in the set. Exactly. So I've got a double so I can do an alter. That's a win. Alright, back to regular packs. Unless 4 is the same and then we all suck. Well, yeah, exactly. I'll do that next. We'll do one more pack and then we'll go back to the promos. And we'll do the third one. That would have been 4. Alright, we've got Lightning Energy. Spinarak. Hopefully you've got the Dragonite V and V-Star. I hope so. Magikarp. Apom. Cheeky. Super cute. Charmeleon. Slaking V. Unpopular opinion, I reckon Slaking V is like one of my least favorites. I think Slaking has got to be one of the shittest Pokemon. It's something about his nose that just really throws me off. I don't know. I'm so not a fan. I reckon Slackoth is cute, and then everything goes downhill from there. But it's fine. We'll put it in the binder. It's a bit ugly. It is. Okay, so you guys, there was more votes for 4 last time, which I pulled out the third one. So this is 3 the artist previously known as 4. So we'll open this and see. I hope this is something better. I hope it's one of the Dragonites, but we shall find out. Literally hate opening these. I'm like so gentle that when I hit the bit where the plastic is doubled up, I get anxious that I've cut the card. Okay, what do we think? Another one! You're all shit. That's what that says. Yeah, I don't like that one either, Ryan. Nope, not Squirtle. It's alright. We've got extras for painting. That's fine. No, don't be sorry. What do you mean? Definitely don't be sorry. What's in the packs is in the packs. To be fair, they're probably all just the starters because people in Japan have siphoned off the decent ones and are selling them. So probably doesn't matter which ones we pick. All right, I think this will be a grass energy. Nope. Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We've got Larvitar. We've got another Sweet Pika. Super happy to have as many of those as I can get. U-G-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi. Exactly. Why Slaking? Why does it exist? It's lucky Cade's not here. I need to be like obsessing over how great Slaking is and trying to get me to do an altar of it. Alright, we've got a Pokestop. Tyranitar Hollow. Far out, the Radiant is holding on until the bitter end, isn't it? What do we think? I really hope it's Eevee. Let's put up a prediction, because I love a good prediction. Alright. I'll give you 2 minutes. Predict away. Feel free to gamble your bits. The Eevee's really nice. That's definitely the one that I want. Although I suppose if I got another Charizard, I could sell it, and then I could buy the other 3. So that would be fine too. That would be okay. These promo packs are proving to be kind of disappointing. So we want to put up... We'll put up a poll. You guys can choose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 left. You choose which one we open. We'll do another one. Giving you too many activities at once. Let me know. We've got how many packs left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 packs left, and I still haven't found the Ditto or the Radiant. Got a lot of fun to be had. I want to make sure I didn't somehow miss the Ditto. I didn't. No way. These aren't sticky. So strange. I don't know. All right. Have you had a chance to vote on which Radiant? I hope it's Eevee. You get a feeling I'm angling to open all of them. I will eventually open all of them. I have not found a Ditto yet, Alan. There should be a guaranteed Ditto in the box, though. Similar to a secret rare, there should be a Ditto in every box. Alright, get this out of the way. I think this will be a grass. Nope, water. Always wrong. We've got a Tranquil. If I keep repeating it, I will hopefully remember. We've got Ariados, Pupitar, Blanche. Yes! I'm happy to have as many of these as I can get. This is the one I reckon could be a special art. It's so nice. It's gorgeous. This is actually, when I opened this special box the other day, this is the card I put in the frame. Because I like it so much. Yeah, I thought I did as well. But then I checked and I don't think it was. So I'll just scroll through. Like, I thought I had, but I had a look and I don't think it was. I just remember the pack felt like heavy and kind of sticky, and I was like, oh, the Ditto's in here. But then it wasn't. So yeah, I've just looked through all of those. Not there. Alright, and we chose pack 3. Excellent. Fingers crossed it's one of the Dragonites. I'll be like low-key upset if it's not, to be honest. If I just get starters out of these packs. Because I got 10. Like, surely on those odds. Like, you wouldn't expect to get all of them. Are you joking? This is a joke. They're definitely fucking scamming the decent promo packs. That's upsetting. I expected better from Japan. Just saying. I'm gonna pout a little bit now. That's upsetting. That is so sad. I might just open them all today. They're not worth anything. Especially if they've been searched. I would hate to like sell them to someone and have them just get starters. Like, they're cute artworks, but damn. The odds are definitely better than that. Okay. I reckon this is grass energy. Oh my gosh. Never. I never get it right. Onyx. Charmander. Or what's better than 1 Charmander? 3. Just to rub salt in the wound, you only got 1 promo when it was Dragonite. Well, hello, Josh. How you doing? I definitely expect more from Japan. Times 1,000. Definitely. But welcome to card games, you're right. You would open them all and keep 1 sealed? Well... Okay, it's the cabbage. It's the cabbage! That's fine! We got a shiny cabbage. It's pretty. It's not an Eevee. Obviously. But it is nice. I love the hibiscus. That's really nice. The flowers on there are just like 3D printed or something. They're not even shiny. That's really nice in person. Okay, shiny cabbage. We take it. We take the cabbage. That's how they get you, whether it's Japan or America. The odds are 50-50 with your card draw. Even for Japan, proves because we've gotten used to instant gratification. We're not satisfied with what we get, so karma ends up getting even. I don't think it's that, Alan, though. I think the problem is that you can scam these. Hook Hero, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. Welcome. I hope you're doing great. I'm so happy with that, though. That's cool. All right. Well, I will do some long thinking about whether I want to open another box or not. It does add some contrast with the flowers not being shiny, I agree. I'm going to open the rest of these. I'm going to open them until I get something that's not a starter. I have a feeling they're all going to be starters, though. But I reckon these have all just been flashlight searched. Because the other thing is, the starters are the only ones that aren't full art cards, and the ones that have value are full arts. So you wouldn't even need to read what's on it to know that it's a starter. I'm gutted. Yeah, these have been searched for sure. I'm still gonna open them. How dare you say Radiant Charizard isn't great? People break their necks for shiny Charizard. Everybody wants shiny Charizard. Alright, what do we think? Yeah, these have 1,000 times been searched. 1,000 times, yes. So frustrating. Sad. This is like sad. So you've heard of deaths related to Charizard. Look, I wouldn't be surprised. You think about like how nuts people go over money. And there's expensive as Charizard cards. Ugh. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Thanks, Terrell. Terrell 2. Cute Squirtle. But not ideal. Really not ideal. Last one. Do we reckon it's at least different? Do we think it might be the Bulbasaur at least? This is just like depressed opening now. Because I know it's nothing good. Oh! Oh, we did get something! Melmetal! After I've whinged the whole time, we get something that is at least a full art. So at least we got one good one. I think it's maybe the worst of them, but that's fine. If it's promo, they should print all the same. But you've got a chance at getting different ones. So it could be Dragonite, it could be Melmetal, could be Executor. So at least we got something different. We got a full art one. That's decent. Better than another Charmander. 100% better than another Charmander. We'll take it. We'll take the Melmetal after that. A little bit gutted. Alright. How many packs do I have left? I still get a Ditto. 3 packs left. So I still need a Ditto. And I still, I guess, have a chance at a hyper rare or an ultra rare. So that could happen. It can all be Charizard, and based on economics, all Pokemon cards should be Charizard rated rare to common. What do you mean all Pokemon should be Charizard? The same quantity, so none are more rare. But yeah, then they'd all be worth nothing. Exactly. Alright. Darkness. Natu. Bidoof. Lunatone. A Steelix. Articuno. You have Amazon Prime, are you crazy? I don't know. Give me your Prime sub. What are you doing, Terrell 2? There were something in our hearts. But if everyone had one, if you had like a trillion of them, they would lose value. I guess that's the thing. I don't know. I collect what I like because I like it. So my binders... One of them is like just cards that Kim enjoys, and it's mostly commons. Like it's mostly like Chanseys and Eevees and just common cards that I think are really cute and pretty. So like I get what you mean, but when it comes to like the more expensive chase cards and stuff that people are willing to pay for, they pay for it because not everyone has it. Got a Fire Energy. Got a Wimpod. Rattata, Bibarel, Rare Candy. Yes! I did manage to get 2 V-Stars out of this box. This is great. Alright, Mewtwo V-Star. Matches my nails. We like that. So, you were right. The last box that I opened, I got the Melmetal V, and I only got 1 V-Star. Whereas this one we got both V-Stars and a Melmetal V. So that's sick. We got the Mewtwo V, the Melmetal V, the Slaking that I complained about, and the Dragonite. I've done well for hits in this one. Damn! It's a good box. This is a very good box. I guess last pack magic. Can't talk for the Ditto. Yeah, it is. It is. It's sticky. Hello, Super Saiyan. How are you? How you doing? No, Alan. So the Mewtwo's. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a good hard and fast rule. Hey, let me find. I'll put a link up, Alan, so you can have a look at what the secret rares are. So the ones that I'm missing on that list are number 73, which is the Mewtwo full art, number 74, which is the Mewtwo V secret, and the hyper rare, number 84, which is a rainbow, and then number 91, which is a gold one. So there's 4 different ones that I don't have yet, but I think I might buy them as singles. I don't know if I want to open... No, I don't know. But yes, Zig, I do sell my Pokemon art, so if you're interested in a commission, have a look at my Discord. I will give you a heads up that I have a little bit of a waiting list at the moment, so I'm at least 6 weeks away from the next one. Ryan, thank you so much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Lots of love to you. Thank you so much. Rydon says, you just got out of work camp. You're in a little village where the people are kind of like the Aboriginals down under. Okay, that's awesome. But in Canada. So native Canadians. Does anyone know what happens like when you win these games with the avatars? I don't know how it works. Alright, we've got a Lightning Energy, Eevee, cute Bulbasaur, I've stuffed up my piles. I had everything sorted. What am I doing? Candela, Numel. We got another Numel, so that means I can peel one. That's exciting. And a Zapdos. Okay. Well, that is exciting. So now I get to peel one of my Dittos. What am I going to do with this sticker? Lame, you're a Kingler. Okay. What do I want to do with the sticker? Do you reckon I can line it up to put it on a card? I'm going to try. Thunder Chicken. I'm excited for this. I was about to do it off camera. I'm so excited. I've heard these are like super sticky. I need to like look at it close to get it started. So cool. Oh my gosh, it's really hard to get started. This is... I don't reckon it'll go on the binder. I could try. Hang on. Not a bad idea, Dale, but I don't know if it'll stay. That's the only thing. But Super Saiyan, if you want to change your avatar, is that what you mean? If you just do exclamation mark avatar and then what you want to be, it should change it. Or you can scroll down. So see how I went from being Mew to Chansey? So yeah, you can change it. Or you should be able to see it if you scroll down, if you're on the PC. Alright, I have my binder. I write on the front of them because I forget what's in them. Because I'm old. Avatar Real Adult. You have to be subscribed, Terrell 2. Once you subscribe, you can choose to be one of the trainers. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I got it started. Are we ready? Can someone clip this? Please? So I think the Ditto's really cool. Okay. Cute Numel. Oh, it's so shiny! Look at it! It's so cute! Oh my god, look at his little smile. That's beautiful. Wow, that hollow is like super shiny. Oh my gosh, I love it. It's so reflective. Alright. We'll put this sticker on the binder. I think that was a good shout. Not exactly sure where I want it, but Hopefully I get a few more. That's pretty sweet. I like that. Very cute. Okay, so Nummel will guard my Pogo Binder. We have a Ditto, finally, that I can see in person. It's like so shiny. Holy dooly, that is shiny. Wow, that's cool. I like that a lot. I reckon they should have done like 1 in 100 odds of a shiny Ditto. People would be peeling those like no tomorrow. Okay, and as promised, I'm gonna get my duplicates out of the way. Hooly dooly, that might be one you haven't heard for a while. Okay, I'm gonna get my duplicates out of the way. And I'll show you the binder of where things are up to. I'm getting, I guess we're close to like the base set of this though. So that's not bad. You're thrown off by the dually. So yeah, there's like a mixture of sets in here, but at the end, we've got Pogo. So I did get the Radiant Venusaur, so we can put that in there. He can live here. Excellent. Got my Trillion Charmanders from the promo packs. What else do we get? A bajillion of those. About 1 bajillion. And I've got the other promo that I got that was new. Was the Melmetal. And I put that somewhere. Did I not? There we go. Special Art Melmetal. We like that. Your brother-in-law would say it all the time. You know what would have been cool is if they made them blue. Like, you know, there's shiny Dittos, but if you really want to look for the best one, why not make it blue? Just like the game. Exactly! Exactly. I totally agree, Alan. Like, I think if they'd made, like, a super special shiny Ditto, would have been super cool. Okay, and I got the Blastoise. I didn't have that yet. We're getting there. So, I still need the Radiant Blastoise. But otherwise, these pages are not looking too bad. So, first page is done. You can see all of those. Missing Radiant Blastoise, but then this next page is all done. What goes there? 42. Do I have it yet? What are you? You're 53. Maybe not. Missing whatever that is. Unless that's the Melmetal, maybe? Because I don't think I had that yet. Nope. 48. Okay. Missing 42. Whatever that one is. Devastating. Okay, I had all of the Melmetals. Missing whatever sits there. What's that? Okay, 53, so I've got my Ditto. Yep, I need the Radiant Blastoise. Terrell 2. That's one that I'm missing. I'm missing Radiant Eevee, and then... What's number 56? Did I pull that today? I wonder. I don't think so. You hate typing on a phone? Yeah, it's hard. I'm not good at it at all. I don't think I have number 56. Whatever it is. Oh, I do. That's the Snorlax. What am I talking about? Okay, we have Snorlax. So missing Radiant Blastoise, Radiant Eevee. And then just like all of the secret rares. except for 2 of them. That's where we're at. Okay, so number 78 we have 72, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Okay. Binder's looking so close. We say it's Terror, but it's L2. But I'll call you Terror if you want. What's your real name? Terror? Or I can just call you Terror. Okay, so I'm missing Radiant Blastoise, whatever that is, Radiant Eevee, and then most of the SRs. What is number 40? I need to know now. I can't remember. What is number 40? What is it that I'm missing? I would have thought I'd be pretty close. Conkle Derby. Okay. Well, I need that one, but I'm not that excited about it. Well, I thought I got in trouble, Terror, so now I don't know what to call you. You spelt it terribly. No, it's alright. Close enough, Amp. Conkle Derby. We know what it is now, at least. Sounds like it's time to switch from ripping to buying. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm very close. Very close. Well, now just because I still have this promo pack out, and I've had it out for ages, should we just open this today? I feel like the longer I just like keep it put in a box, the higher the risk I'm gonna damage it. And I think the thing is, we all know these are searchable. Like, it's not gonna be sellable in a sealed pack, because everyone knows that you can search them. Umbreon or Birthday Pika? That'd be good. Vistalkis, welcome. Thank you for coming. Welcome to chat. How you doing? What have we got? Ooh, Reshi. This one's really nice in Japanese. It's like full glitter. I already have a few, but I'm not mad. So cool. Live for today. I totally agree. Your name has gone unknown in COD and MTGO for years. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. Super Saiyan's just a ride-on now. I feel like you might just be mad because I kept calling you Terrell. I know, it's got so much bling. I'll go grab my, I'll grab my anniversary binder as well. I have a few of those. So, this is my, oh, careful. So celebrations, I gave up on like pretty quick. I don't know if you can see. I have obviously the base set, the base cards, that's fine. In terms of like the other ones, I have Blastoise, Venusaur, Gary. Like, it's like the ones that I got a bunch of, and then that was all I got. So I'm missing like the Charizard, I'm missing the Umbreon. I'm missing so many in English that I just got like depressed and stopped trying. I opened a bunch as well. So I don't know, Celebrations wasn't kind to me. I really like the Japanese cards. The Japanese ones are great. The reverse holos especially are super duper pretty. You feel like that card should be owned by a rapper or around the neck of Logan Paul, but there's like so many. Yeah, there's too many sets to collect, I agree. So yeah, in terms of the Japanese, this will be my third Reshiram. Do we want to just... I'll put them all in a row. These aren't even in order, so it doesn't matter. I'll move this rocket out of the way. We'll put this duplicate Reshi in here. That's definitely one of the less expensive ones. I've got a couple of the Mew. I have the Mewtwo. I have... Is that Xerneas? Am I making up lies? I think. Loads of Zapdos. A couple Clefas, birthday Pikas. So I did pretty well with the Japanese ones at least. They're a bit closer. And then I really like the energies too. But yeah, it is a super shiny, super pretty card. Okay, so the next plan for stream, the next thing we need to do is painting, which I'm really excited about because we're trying something new. This is going to be my first ever like vintage painted card. So I'll need a couple minutes to like get my life in order and put things away. But I will set you up on my painting mat and just let you gaze upon the Heracross. And if you have ideas or suggestions or whatever, you can put them in chat and we can talk about it. You reckon a creepy face Pincer? See, I don't know if Andy's still here or if he's had to go. This is a commission for Anstar. So I don't know if he had any strong ideas. I actually thought that it would maybe make more sense to have the Pincer facing away from us and like actually facing the Heracross. That to me looks like it might be the right way to go. But if Andy feels differently, I don't know. But if he's not here, we're just gonna like... Your Rhydon looks like he's using Horn Attack on everyone, but has terrible accuracy. It does look like that. You're not wrong. We like it, Amp? I'm excited. Surfing Heracross. Yeah, there's tons of magic. But, like, if that's what you're into, you'd probably be happy that there's tons of magic cards, right? Does get, like, super expensive. Alright, I need to set up my camera. Okay. The focus is like definitely not right. I can see that. I'll fix it. Mommy will fix it. Okay. There we go. I know it's got a really nice swirl. It's a 6 swirl. I'm stoked with it. It's gonna come out really cool. Yeah, I don't know why they repeat so many things in Magic. That's so true. Okay, I will be back in like just a couple. I need to get myself ready. Alright, I'm back. We have any like sick ideas for the card in chat? We're just talking about magic now and financial advice. Definitely risky on the internet, Terror. Definitely risky to be giving out financial advice. I hope it's gonna be a sick altar moose. I hope so. The first stage is that we need to get rid of all of this like border stuff. I don't know if you saw the Mew that I posted not long ago. That was like sort of specifically an experiment in preparation for this card because I'd never done one of these before. So what you have to use is nail polish remover with like a decent concentration of acetone. The one I normally use for my nails is really gentle and it didn't work when I tried it a while ago. So I haven't ever done a vintage card. I'm assuming it's going to be the same. I'm hoping it's going to be the same, but I'm nervous. So let's see. So you basically just have to rub back the areas where there's text, and this part sort of should come off. And as I say that, it isn't. So maybe this doesn't work with vintage ones. I'm not making like any traction here. It's like barely coming off. Okay. Let me... Ben Roughneck, thank you for subscribing. That means that you get an avatar. Thank you for that. You think the hollow texture is different, so you're gonna have more of a difficult time? Potentially. Good morning from the UK. Well, thank you so much for coming. I bet it's really early for you. Thank you for being here. Alan says you think the hollow texture is different. Might be tough. Rhydon can feel the shit hitting the fan. What about rubbing alcohol? That would be less abrasive for starters. That would be less abrasive than what I'm using. The acetone's definitely more aggressive. But even if this doesn't work, I just need to change my plan slightly. It's not a big deal. We can still make it work. So it looks like there is hollow under there. It's just like way harder to get to for some reason. And I don't actually think I have rubbing alcohol. So I'm not even in a position to try that if I wanted to. It's like Watsy foils you need. Well, this would be Watsy because it's an older card. Well, what would you use? Yeah, different printing. If not acetone, would like turpentine or paint thinner work? Because I think I probably have those. It's working, but it's like sort of not working. Just having a look. Putting old cards in substances. Yeah, there you go. Because I think, to be fair, it was the scrubbing that worked. But the risk is if I try to scrub it back all the way, it's going to just be really scratched. The other option would be, I guess, I could use like a buffer. This is designed for nails. Paint thinner is acetone. Okay. Thanks for coming, Amp. Thanks for the good luck. I'll get there eventually. Hopefully this isn't moving everything too much. Reckons the blue is going to be the most abrasive. This is way harder than modern cards, to be fair. But it is coming off. We're getting there. And I can tell from the scratches from the scouring pad that it is hollow underneath. It's just gonna take a hot minute. Is there anything you can do if you have like a vintage card that's hollow and it's scratched? Is there anything you can do to like undo that? Or are you just stuck with that? Well, like older stuff, it was built to last 100%. You're not wrong. Makes it more impressive that it was like quite damaged actually. Nothing you can do about it? Well, that's depressing. Because yeah, if you tried to buff it or anything like this, you'd just make it worse for sure. Yeah, you can see we're getting down to the hollow a little bit more. This process will just take a minute, but that's okay. We'll get there. I wonder if hitting it with acetone now, if that will make a bigger difference. Andy! So, as with all vintage things that were built to last, it's proving way more difficult to take off the outer layer. So, I'm having to, like, hit it with a nail buffer. I'm hoping we can get back to the base hollow. But the acetone that I normally use, like, isn't really cutting it. I'm so intrigued. But we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. Oh, yeah, see, now it's coming up. It's just really tough. Built to last. Cards are not a car. You can just pass out a scratch on a card and it expands it. Exactly, it would just make it worse. And here's one I prepared earlier. Nope. Only have one. Letting a thin layer soak for a minute. Yeah, maybe. This is definitely tougher than stripping back modern cards, though. But it is getting there, like, slowly. But I think getting back to the hollow is going to be the way to go if we can. Because that's going to be... That's my goal for the altar. Soak it with a sponge. Could do that. I just worry. I don't want to damage the card. That's all. I think I'll do another back and forth and we'll see how we go. Because a sponge is like big surface area. You know what I mean? But the edges are coming up nice at least. We're getting there. But this is definitely more challenging than anticipated. I'll start with the really scratchy, like I did on the base. We'll start with this. PSA 10, here we come. The person you're doing this for, you asked you to do it, so if anything happens, they couldn't blame you. I'd still feel awful if I wrecked Angie's card. Even if we can't get the holo back to do my original vision, I can still do a sick altar with this. But my dream and the goal is that we can get it stripped back to the holo and use that as the base for the artwork. That is what I would like to be able to do with it. Let the acetone... Yeah, I will have to rinse it though a little bit, like gently, just with a little bit of water, because when I did that Mew, that was one thing that I noticed, was that if I wasn't careful and there was still a bit of acetone on the card, the paint wouldn't stick properly. But yeah, this one is going to be way more like aggressive to strip it back for sure. But it is getting there, slowly. Slowly but surely. It's almost like the thickness on the card is like more towards the front with the vintage cards. Like with the common, with the current holos, it's like most of the girth of the card is like the backing. Whereas with this, it's almost like it's all on the front. I might totally be disrupting the structural integrity here. But that being said, I will obviously be putting a bunch of paint on it and then we'll protect it, so should be right. Okay, so we've stripped that back a bit. We'll do another buff, and then I reckon you're right. We let it soak for a little bit. Yeah, something to apply the thinnest layer possible, and then let it work for a little bit. Card coating on Whatsy was made to withstand a nuclear blast. Well, there we go. Well, if a nuclear blast isn't going to work, what better chemical could I use? Yeah, I think Andy's got heaps of these. It will be fine. A better chemical. I don't know. You remember the first Whatsy fills? It wasn't a good experience. The flat ones are worth money because they were in packs already bent. Oh, that's funny. Because I suppose it like weakens the integrity of the card. Having that like foil window situation. Well, this part of the altar is taking a minute longer than usual, but that's fine. Sorry, guys. We'll get there. I was really surprised, actually, by how positive people were about that Mew. Not that I didn't like it. Like, I think it turned out really good. But, I was surprised that people were so excited about that compared to other ones, because realistically, it actually didn't take me quite as long as some of the other cards I've done. Not that that really matters, but like the Sylveon and Scyther that I posted quite recently, like I spent ages on that. And I'm also really excited that the Eevee that I did on stream a couple weeks ago I'll be able to post before too long. So I think that'll be really fun too. You're not surprised? You wouldn't be surprised if the scrubbing takes me 45 more minutes. I hope not. I hope it doesn't take that long. I think the buffing, to be fair, seems to be working better than the acetone. Like, we are definitely getting somewhere. It's just taking a hot minute. It's taking its time. But, like, you can see the glitter starting to come through. This was an unexpected time suck. And Star, did I tell you this was $70? Because it's definitely like 95. I was wrong. I'm glad I didn't train my upper body today. I'm gonna get a sore shoulder after this. Cue inappropriate jokes in chat. Okay. Slowly but surely getting there. I think the worst part is I'm such a like mad perfectionist that this is gonna take a minute, but we are getting there. I'll let it dry for a sec. All of us nerds get excited by shiny, colorful things. Look at all the RGB stuff. Exactly. And Mew is super popular. You guys are right. Ben and Dale, you're right. I'm doing great, Addict. Thank you so much. I did. I'm really excited. Out of my Pokemon Go box, my secret rare. I'm gonna show you. I already put it in my binder, but I want to show you anyway. So, Attic, what I got was this cutie. Look at him. He's gorgeous. So cute. Often them labor charges. Yeah, exactly. The labor charge is going up like mechanics. I was like, I quoted you and I misquoted you. I have to get it sandblasted. Exactly. Good plan. Look, we'll get there. It'll be fine. I don't even... What's a Dremel Zing? I'm sure it would be helpful, whatever it is. I agree. How's that? I need a Dremel. Dale, can you set up a dono goal to get Kim a Dremel? We will get there. And this is going to be amazing. I'm so, like, now that I've spent this amount of time. Now that I've spent this amount of time. Oh, it's a rotary tool. Okay. Would it be gentle enough for cards, though? I'm debating, like, going down and looking for some sandpaper. But I don't think that there would be any that's, like, gentle enough to not fuck this. Like, if the scouring pad feels really aggressive, I feel like sandpaper would be a problem. Like, I know very fine sandpaper exists, but probably not in this particular garage, if you get what I mean. We'll get there, though. It'll be fine. We'll 1000% get there. Slowly but surely. Rotary tool with buffing tip dish and acetone. There we go. Would make it a lot faster and accurate. Okay. Would need a very fine grain sand. Moose reckons hand sanding is the way to go. Well, look, to be fair, hand sanding is like literally my only option, so... We are very slowly getting there, though. But you can see that the hollow does go all the way through. So, slowly but surely. Much more difficult than more modern ones that I've done, though. That's for sure. Might have to, like, slightly rethink my strategy. Diamond shaving. Well, I mean, to be fair, Andy's already paid for it. I just didn't realize how much work this would be. And that is entirely my fault and not at all his fault. So it is getting there. I really want it to like strip back to the hollow. I really want this to work. Like, I know that I can just paint over it if I need to, but I want this to work so badly. It is getting there, definitely. Gonna use so much of my nail polish remover though. To tell you the truth, watching this process, even if it was a double, you couldn't do it. Yeah, now we know. Yeah, hand sanding, more personal. Exactly. And like, I am kind of a klutz, so me and power tools are not necessarily the best combination. This is working. We are getting there. Definitely. I don't know if I would do a vintage hollow again, but look at that. We are making mad progress now. But this is like a steep learning curve, I will say that. This is your internet workout of the day. I know, it's like a little bit of a drag, isn't it? Dremels are so cool and veritable. You carve and polish rocks with mine. Right on, that's fun. I used to collect rocks. I was that kid. I loved collecting rocks. And I had a rock tumbler that I thought was super cool. And you could put rocks in it, or you could put glass in it as well and make it like sea glass. I loved my rock tumbler. Okay, making excellent progress. It's just taking a minute. Damn. You've got personal attachment to all of your cards. So do I. Oh, your soul is sad right now. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. I didn't want to make you sad. That is never the point of my streams. I never want to make anyone sad with my streams. I'm very sorry. That's totally fair, though. Like, I guess the thing is, like, they're not making more of these. You know, this is it when it comes to these old cards. But that being said, like Andy said, he actually pulled, like, 6 of this, if that makes you feel better, and this one was already damaged. So, I think that was why he chose it. And Heracross is one of his faves. So, adding something cool to Heracross was going to be really meaningful to him. and having the damaged, like, 6th copy of it in his collection was not super meaningful to him. But I'm sorry it made you sad, or is making you sad still. Whew. Yeah, seriously, this is my workout for today. Is that a print line? PSA 9. Dang. Yeah, that's totally fair, Alan. I definitely get it. But yeah, excellent progress now. We're finally getting there. I think it was like just getting through the top layer. And then once we did that, it's not so bad. I say that, I'm still like using my whole shoulders to try to do this. But yeah, the ink on here is definitely something different. It's like way better adhered to the card than in the modern ones, for sure. So I think my plan has changed slightly, seeing how difficult this has been, and the fact that I can't really get like a good seamless sort of look between the original artwork, because I reckon it's not going to be perfect. Like, no matter how much I work at this, I'm not going to get it perfect, and I need to accept that. I just need to find the sweet spot of like, where is it as good as we're going to get it. I don't think we're quite there, but I imagine I'm getting close. And I think this altar is going to rely a little bit more on painting over the background than I originally anticipated, but I'm going to try to keep some sections of hollow. My original plan was actually to try to keep like as much of just the original hollow as we could and do like really minimal painting, but I think given I've had to be so aggressive with this, that's just not going to give me like the best finish. It's not going to be ideal. So we'll see. Was it a Japanese or English? It was English. Make the seam. Make the seam? You need to get out of bed to start your day? That's totally fair, Ben. Go for it. Feel free to leave me on while you're sorting. You don't need to chat if you are busy, but also feel free to go if you need to go. Whatever you need to do. Based on what you've seen, you would have give you another $30 if it's you doing it. Yeah, it is pretty difficult, Alan. You're not wrong. I'm very surprised. I wasn't expecting it to be this difficult. I'm very surprised. Having done like modern hollow now, this was like intense. But I think I'll just, what I'll do is I'll leave like some little areas where it peeks through. But for the most part, I'll probably have to cover it, I think. Because it's not the best sort of finish. Just because we've had to be like so aggressive with it. What do we think? Just want to try to get at least the borders, like the window. Back then they used high quality material. Exactly. Anyone thinking of a holo commission post WotC era? Sounds like the best shout. I agree. Andy, this has been hectic. I've like developed carpal tunnel syndrome trying to strip back this holo. It's crazy. The modern cards, if you take like a modern holo and just go in with nail polish remover, it's pretty easy to strip it back to like just being the holo. Whereas with this, it's like, it's been intense. Alan's decided that you owe me an extra $30 for manual labor for doing this process, so that's a joke. Oh, Jesus. But I think this might be as good as it's gonna get. And then I'll just paint over the top and try to, I guess, find ways to highlight and let the holo come through. That is the goal. But I think that's where we're at. So it's not perfect, but that is totally fine because we're gonna paint over it anyway. And I'm gonna wipe it off with like a tiny bit of water just because. So I'm just trying to think about where I want to put this rubbish. Just because I don't want the acetone to disrupt the paint. But yeah, the holo does look good. Thanks, Mavo. And Ben says, you're not going anywhere. You bought 5 big boxes of overs that need sorting and categorizing. So when you need something for your art, you can find it. Plus, Heracross is your top 6. Excellent. You just don't want to get up. That's fair. Yeah, it took me a minute. It's all right, though. This is a really good learning experience for me, because otherwise I wouldn't have had the opportunity to do this. So I'm excited. I'm excited to learn something new. So I'm just wiping off the acetone so we're not contending with that. All these cards are like reasonably waterproof, and I've like completely assaulted it anyway, so I'm not worried about getting water on it. And we will make a start. So, slight change of plans because that was a bit harder than I thought it would be. So, like, even though we've got it stripped back to the holo, it's a bit scratchy. I took a whole South Park episode. Oh, you like double screening me. Wow, Terror. Don't even get your undivided attention. Okay. So, plans have changed slightly. I'm just pondering. So my original plan was when I thought we could let all of the holo shine through, like in the Mew that I did, I was gonna try to leave the holo in the sky like just completely alone, but now I'm thinking that's actually not gonna work so well, which is fine. So I'm gonna pull out my glaze paints and we're gonna start there, and I'm probably gonna use that over like most of the background. So I only have primary colors, but I think that should be okay. That should be fine. At least you saved a little bit of time because you don't have to actually paint silver. Exactly. That's so true. You're right. I don't actually have to paint silver. So one thing I learned when I did the Mew was I've seen a few people when they do these holo altars use a marker to like shade off areas and stuff, but the markers I have at least didn't work so well for that because they seemed to like bleed into the paint even though they were permanent. So I'm just going to use these glaze paints as an alternative. Foma, she came to say hi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming to say hello. Randy, hello. How are you? Thank you for coming to say hi as well. So we're gonna kind of wing it here. I have these different colors of glaze paints. And I'm just contemplating how I want to approach this. I think I'm gonna start. So I think what I'm gonna try to do is create like some light around the Pokemon. So create like a little bit of a window. So we'll do like a blue glaze and then I'll mix it with something a bit darker. And I'm hoping this kind of covers up some of the texture that we got from having to sand everything back. This is all highly experimental, Andy. Just know that I love you and I'm doing my best. Don't be mad. All right? Okay. So I'm gonna hit it with that. And then I reckon, far out, that hollow is really pretty. I reckon if I mix that glaze with a little bit of, I have this like dark, it's like a metallic blue. I'm gonna actually put a little bit of that into my glaze paint on the outer edge of this like shadow. You just got home, Randy. Who are you? It was arduous. It was like scrubbing and yeah, it was shoulder work. It was legit a workout. There was a lot of scrubbing involved, to be honest. It was harder than I expected. I thought that, I don't know why. I'm not saying this out loud. I'm like, I don't know why I thought this, but I kind of thought that the WotC hollows would be similar to strip back to like current cards, but that is absolutely not the case. It was way more challenging. So I'm gonna try. So we're just gonna blend this sort of darker color in. We'll see how this works. I may hate it and rub it off. But I think realistically what I need to do is cover up some of this background stuff, but I want it to still shine through, so that's why I've mixed the paint with the glaze. It's just gone on a bit too thick, I think, but I'm gonna push a little bit of that off. I guess one thing that we know is that these, if I stuff up and I go over something I don't want to, it'll be really easy to fix it. Because, thank you for the wow! It's gonna be lit. We're gonna try. We're definitely gonna try. Okay. So I think that's done reasonably well to cover up this scratchy sort of stuff You can still see all the holo. I think we're going okay so far. Hopefully. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. Randy says, you're visiting some family. It's just past midnight, but not too tired. So it took a while. It took like scrubbing and filing and lots of acetone to get the cover off. And who are ya? I do commissions. If you have a look at my Discord, have a look at the Discord. Oh, thanks, Dale. There's all the info in there if you wanted to have a bit of a read. I will give you like just a little word of warning that I've got like a few commissions happening at the moment. So I'm not going to be super efficient at doing it, but if you would like to get one done, have a read there as a starting point. Okay. What do we think about the sky gradient? Do we think that needs anything else? And make it more intense, like make it darker at the top. A little indecisive, to be honest. One thing I will need some gentle prompting with in this stream, like feel free to remind me, is that these gel paints actually take quite some time to dry, like longer than my normal ones do. So just as a courtesy, if I seem like I'm like rushing and need to leave things alone and give them a second, feel free to tell me that. Because I think what I'll have to do, I'm going to try to get my background stuff in first, which will be like just creating some dimension and stuff like what I've done here. And then I will actually just have to leave it for a little bit and let it dry. I don't know what we'll do while we do that, but I'll come up with some sort of interesting activity. Yeah, there is a little bit of a waiting list. You've never seen a holo with the altar art with the holo showing through like that? Well, there's a first time for everything. You do a stick figure. Oh, you're right, Super Saiyan. You're right. You're meant to redeem the points though. Did you redeem it and I missed it? But yeah, we'll definitely hydrate, you're right. Thanks for looking after me, guys. You the best. Alright, we're gonna go in. If you can see, there's like some yellow and red. The ground is sort of yellow and red, so I'm gonna continue that. I think I will just like do the whole space. Obviously we're gonna have to paint Pincer over the top, but if I don't, I just know it, if I don't paint the yellow on that side, I'm gonna miss the spot that will be showing and then I'll be annoyed. So these paints are pretty easy to paint over. They do just take a little bit to dry. Longer than the regular acrylics that I use. So I think I'll do a little bit of red in there as well, I'm gonna say. I'm feeling like we'll need to make the bit that's close to us at the front a bit darker. I used a metallic to mix with the blue at the top. So I'm gonna see if I have maybe this actually. That might be the darker color I do in the foreground, just a little bit with the yellow. We'll see how that looks. You're cheap, you prefer the wows, that's fine. That was a good prompt to keep me hydrated, because honestly I do forget sometimes. You had one requested commission and all the boxes were checked. Would you paint a jumbo card? 100%, Randy. Why not? It depending on what you wanted added to it, it might need to be a little bit more expensive. The only reason I say that is if you wanted, like, if you wanted the jumbo card at the level of detail I normally do, but just bigger, I feel like that's fair enough. But if you wanted a jumbo card with like all the tiny details, it would have to be more expensive because it would take me forever. We're getting there. Hey, West Coast, how you doing? You're leaning more with Dale. He needs to go heavy on the hydration stations to give the paint time to dry. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably. Definitely fair. Just thought of it as a gee whiz, haha. You could add like 4 different Pokemon. You could, and it would just be expensive. Welcome, West Coast. I will definitely be on in half an hour, so hopefully I see you then. I love that little dancing Piplup. That's adorable. But yeah, we will definitely be here in half an hour. Well, I will be. Can't speak for anyone else, but I will most definitely be here. Anyone knows me, they know that patience is not one of my top skills. So this waiting for paint to dry thing is difficult. I almost feel like I need even a darker color maybe. Because like the risk is if I go thicker, it is just gonna cover up the hollow, which isn't what we want. Just trying to tidy up the edges. So that's one thing, obviously, by like sanding it quite aggressively, definitely created some like unwanted texture, is what I'm gonna call it. On the edges of the card. Kim, sometimes waiting for paint to dry is the best part. Is it though? Yeah. 2:30 a.m. on a Saturday night. Where else would you be? Well, that's nice. I'm very glad you're here, Terror. I don't know where else you would be. I've got no idea. I am, most of the time, in all honesty, very much asleep at 2:30 a.m. regardless of what night of the week it is. I'm just wondering, I'm having a look to see what other metallic paints I have, and if I have one that looks like a darker color. I don't know, maybe I don't want to go super dark. Because I think maybe I'll leave it. Maybe we'll leave it. I'll just work on that gradient a tiny bit more so that it's smooth. I do have, this is a good red, I think, for that though. You have to work while it's wet. When it's dry, it's no fun. It's accurate. Totally accurate. A little bit more of this in. This seems to be going okay so far though. I reckon so far so good. And I think I'm not going to go too dark. Like, even though it looks like sort of a nighttime scene, I think the darker that I go, the more it's going to, like, almost kind of detract from the original art, which is not what I want to do. That looks like a fairly decent gradient though, so I think I'll leave that alone. Thank you for the bless yous. But when paint's wet, that means it's break time. Yeah, you're not wrong. Good night, Moose. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad you could come say hello. I hope you have a great sleep. Okay, and now that that stuff is drying, I'm going to work on this little hill thing. I don't know what you'd call that, but it's like a, whoops, desert mountain thing. It's what we're gonna work on. It's whatever that thing is. And I think what I will do is I'm gonna mix, I have this like really dark red, and I'll mix that with a little bit of my blue glaze and a little bit of the metallic bronzy color, and hope that that kind of gives me close to that color and texture, because it is mostly red. That looks pretty close, I think, to be fair. Don't want to overwork it. I think that looks about right. TBH. What do we reckon? What do we reckon, chat? Got a wow? Okay. We're on board. We're on board with the hill thing. Because like I said, I think because it's vintage, we really don't want to go... Like, I think adding too many details to this would just be a mistake. I think that would be the wrong choice. I'm going to bring this yellow like right over to where the Heracross is. So there's not like a line of delineation. That's a shadow. Which I think is a little bit too red. Another wow! Look at us go! Yeah, it is simple and not too complex, I agree. And Star, you tried not to peek. Well, I'm glad you're here. Because if there's feedback or suggestions or requests, feel free. It's been a learning curve doing a vintage holo. I'm really glad that you gave me this opportunity, because otherwise I wouldn't have gotten to do this. And I'm having fun. And I'm learning some new stuff, so that's always good. But I'm glad you like it. Hello, Zaz. How are you, Zaz420? I'm glad you're liking it as well. Okay. Now the main sort of detail stuff that we need to add to it is to do with the Pokemon. And my thought is, what I want to do is actually have Pincer facing away from us and him doing like an attack. Now someone that's played more TCG, what attack could Pincer do that would not be effective against Heracross? Sounds like Kim needs a rotary too. Definitely good exercise. So Andy wants Pincer to be shiny, so it'll be purple. And we're gonna do the back of it. And I think you'll probably just see his right arm in the image. So we need to sketch it out. What do I need? I'll grab like actual white. I've got that yellow. I probably need like a clay color. I have one that's like a really dark gray. We'll use that maybe. And then for the actual shiny Pincer, I don't want it to be super bright. It needs to be purple, but like not super purple. I'm just debating. I just don't want it to like stand out in not a cute way. I think I'll go these two mixed together. Exciser we think would be a good attack. What do we think? Exciser? Yeah. This is what Pokemon Go needs, different battle arenas. Definitely, I agree. 100%. Okay, I think that's a good starting point. So the back of Sizer is going to take up a bunch of space on the front of the card. What is that? Don't even know how I did that, but anyway. It must have been on my towel or something. But yeah, definitely different battle areas would like make such a big difference. There's so much more that they can do in Pogo. You think it's a good bug attack? Let's Google what that looks like. Oh yeah. I guess that could work. It's one of the weaker ones. I was thinking like just something coming off of Pincer's hand. Let's see. So Pincer can do Vice Grip, X Scissor. What else? Close Combat. Looks like Vice Grip is like the worst one. That comes from his hand. Seismic Toss comes from his hand. Okay. Pokemon, I reckon a more detailed Pokemon Go map would be heaps better. Pogo VR. I think that is in the works, Randy. I've heard about that. Also, if certain Seismic Toss will try. Also, if certain artists on Twitch actually open your gifts. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. What's your Pogo name? I'll try to be better. I'm really terrible, I know. I've been too busy to like actually do it. I know that's a massive like whiny thing to say, but let's just see what that looks like. I just want to see what it looks like. It's not a great graphic. The X Scissor is probably like the better looking move, and that would actually make sense with the way that we've done the light, so maybe we'll go with that. Seismic Toss is a grappling move. I reckon we do X Scissor. I think that makes the most sense. I think that will work really well. I'll do it coming off of its hand, like in the beginning though. Be the start of the X Scissor, alright? That's cool, you forget about gusts all the time. Attic 83, alright, I'll try to be better. I always forget gifts. To be honest, I've not had that much time to play. That's the honest truth, is I've been pretty busy. I've been prioritizing other things. But I know there's a lot of people that like really love that game. And there's people that rely on my gifts. I do understand that. So I will try to be better. Alright, X Scissor is the way to go. That's what we'll do then. Okay, so now I just need to paint my Pokemon. Alright, so Shiny Pincer, I'll do his horns first. This like gray seems to be the right color, so that's good. That's a win. So I think what I'll do, like I typically do with these altars, is I'll map out like the basic shape and then we'll go from there. And I guess Andy, like the thing with this one is it's not going to have heaps of detail on it because we're looking at the back of Pincer, but I feel like that makes the most sense because otherwise we'll end up like trying to cram too much detail on it and it's not going to be like true to the original sort of artwork style, I guess. You reckon, yeah, it's drawn as a burst from his hands, like in Evolving Skies. Okay, that's the plan. The place he was staying was a Pogo Pokestop. Right on, I'm so jealous. You just sit in your room swiping the store. Ah, I don't have many places actually close to my house. I don't have many Pokestops. Just super annoying. In the native village. Yeah, well that's lucky, isn't it? Kind of surprising if it's that sort of area, but there you go. Okay, so I think that's roughly... His horns probably need to be a bit longer, actually. And then we just need his big purple body. Okay. And I'm gonna mix this like really muted one. Yeah, it makes sense because they're battling. And you love it. Okay. I love that you love it. That is the goal. Thanks, Daz. We're getting there. But the goal is to make Andy happy, so as long as Andy's happy, we're happy. Thank you for trusting me with this. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever tried to do like a vintage sort of altar. And especially the hollow is like just quite different, so I'm learning as I go, but so far so good, I think. Okay, so might still want to make those a little bit longer, but I'll just map out roughly where the body makes sense to me. So yeah, those will need to be a little bit longer. Figured it was better to go like safe to start with. So I think that's where his body's going to be roughly. I heard it. I heard the awoo. It might just be because the music's a bit loud. Anyone remember? Okay, wait. What have I missed? So Attic says you live next to a garden museum, so there are 2 gyms and 3 stops. That's so great, and you don't even have to leave your house. I'm so jealous. Randy says, anyone remember playing Pokemon and there was that beauty contest thing, and you'd get judged based on how a certain moveset or attack looked? I don't remember that. You've got stops close to your house. So I'm so jealous of that. I wish. I wish. Although I don't mind going for a walk, so not all bad that mine are a bit of a trek away. Not too bad. The only thing is, Like, especially in winter, when I want to play, like, Raid Hour and stuff. I wish I could do it without having to go too far. Okay. You reckon whatever I produce will be amazing? Thank you. Hopefully. That's the goal. Haven't played a Pokemon game since Heart Gold. You're a bit behind. Yeah, raiding is hard from home. Yeah, I just wish, like, I don't know. I feel like the remote raids thing was meant to be a quality of life edition. But I feel like it hasn't been, in my honest opinion. I'm not super impressed with it. I liked it better when they would give you like sort of a free pass every week. Because I feel like it's turned into this weird expectation that people invite you to raids all the time and want you to help them. And I can't afford to do that. I feel like I've made the body too big for how big the horns are. Give me a second. This is why it's good to make sure you actually let your paint dry as you go, so that you can take things off if you need to. I think we're on a better line now. How's that? That's a bit better, isn't it? Boy's thick. G'day. Hello. Welcome to chat. Alright, what have I missed? Yeah, they don't care about quality of life. They just care about money. 100%. Yeah, exactly. So happy you're here, Randy. Definitely. Be worth it if you could sell things like cards. Exactly, Zing. Yeah, that's why I don't play anything that needs a monthly subscription. I don't think it's great at all. Yeah, I buy into it too much, Andy, as well. I'm good. How are you doing? I don't know why I just tend to make Pokemon too chonky. Don't know why I do it. It's the same thing when I did the Bulbasaur on that Charmander altar. It was cute, but he was a chonk. He's a round boy. And then he needs this like arm joint situation. Chunky OG Pikachu living rent-free in my head, 100%. You're good. Junior, you are pretty tired. It was your cousin's wedding today. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, 1000%. Weddings are exhausting. I totally feel you. Yeah, all the starters are kind of big. I totally agree. The place you were working has a corgi. Oh my gosh. But they also got a puppy, and the corgi has been getting into the puppy chow. Went from a sausage dog to your favorite cake roll. That's adorable. I have heard that corgis are one of the more like food motivated breeds. We would get along. But I really like corgis actually. Low-key, a little jealous you get to work somewhere where there is one. So that's my like general shape, and then we'll do the X attack from that, so that'll add some more cool detail. So I'll go back into the horns now and do like a bit of highlights and shading. I think the gray I have out is pretty close, but I probably just need a shading color to use very sparingly. What color is that outline? It's not quite black, is it? That might not be dark enough, but we'll give it a crack. You spent so much time and money chasing Dragonites, and then you see them all the time. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And it's been the same thing with like so many Pokemon. Like Mewtwo. I remember going fucking crazy trying to get Mewtwo and get as many as I could when they first came into the game. And then they've brought them back like a bajillion times. Just the Pika. To be fair, they aren't making anyone spend their money. That's all on anyone that does. 100%. Totally agree. Like, we're all grown-ups. Does anyone know where Pincer evolves from? Or if it evolves into anything else? Nope. At least not yet. I might actually put a bit of white in this as well. like the tiniest touch of gray into the bits that are like sort of shaded. That looks pretty close. The white might be a tiny bit too stark. All about that color blend. Oh, deep breath. What have I missed? I missed the chat. Yeah, Pincer is the only stage. Exactly. I feel like some standalone Pokemon have had unnecessary evolutions added to them. They definitely have. Terror, if this is a good place, to ask my question. Pokemon are the only animal around. Do they eat Pokemon? Like Charizard with a side of Pikachu. I think a lot of Pokemon eat fruit and veg, but then there's others that definitely eat Pokemon. I've seen in the anime people cooking up Magikarp before. And there's cards of Barraskewda eating things. And people eating Barraskewda. Well, other mons eating Barraskewda. How are you, card traders? I hope you're well. Just annoying because you assume they wouldn't change much. Exactly. Pokemon eat each other and people eat Pokemon. Exactly. Team Rocket hustling Slowpoke tails. Yeah, people and other mons eating Chansey eggs. That's another one. Because they make you feel happy. Yeah, definitely a thing. You're good. My card will be coming back Tuesday. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see it. Card Traders very kindly has provided me with a custom slab for one of my cards. I'm so excited to see what it looks like. Yes, it does look like a commission for Andy Juicy. You're right. Oh, Izzy. Oh, bless. I love that. What kind of slab is that going to go into, out of curiosity? That's this one, by the way, Card Traders. I haven't did it yet. It's still being did. I'm not sure. He may want me to send it straight to you. I haven't asked where it's going when I finish it. That is a possibility. Your one. This one. Yeah, this is the one I'm painting. Oh, okay. My slab. Awesome. That's cool. That's exciting. Randy says, I have a joke, but it may not be allowed. It's not really PG, so you'll keep it to yourself. Come on, Randy. Give us the joke. I swear all the time, so this isn't necessarily a PG-13 space. If you don't feel comfy, feel free to just DM it to me. But now that you've said it, I want to know what the joke is. Is it a joke about Vaporeon? I've heard some interesting ones about Vaporeon. I think there's a pool or something that needs to be finished. You'd eat low punny. Oh damn. Look, I agree. Not PG-13, but that's fine. We'll accept it. Like I said, you're meant to be grown up to be on Twitch anyway, so it's fine. Okay, I think the shading on those looks okay. Have to add all like the details and stuff eventually, but that is fine. All right. Yeah, it's a waifu rabbit. Yeah, Lola Bunny. I do think it's like, it is weird how many like waifu Pokemon they've made at this point in time. Like realistically, you've got Lopunny as one example, but then there's like Gardevoir. It's seeming like this Sprigatito evolution is gonna fit in that sort of camp. Like, what are we playing at with that? You know what I mean? Like, where are we going? What kind of journey is this? Waifu Pokemon. There's all sorts of like weird fan art as well that exists. I mean, that's not Pokemon's fault, but Like, there's trainers that have been pretty violated by the internet, I would say. At the moment, I'm just trying to do some like wet blending to create some like highlight shape to accentuate Lechonk Pincer's roundness. That's what we're aiming for. He is a chonk, isn't he? Definitely better after I fixed it up a bit though. That's for sure. I think it's so interesting making new Pokemon friends and talking to them about what their favorites are. Because, like, I don't know, Heracross and Pincer are not two that I would have been like, oh, I love these Pokemon. And I think it's really cool that I get to make friends who are, like, super into the hobby and have, like, totally different preferences. Hello, Sass. Welcome back to chat. I hope you're great. I'm super excited to do your altar. We were discussing it earlier. Oh, okay. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. What have I missed? Yeah, Zaz has... she's got really big ears. Definitely. It is Japan. You're right. It is Japan. They've got some interesting things. What about Jinx? Jinx freaks me out. It's like the Nicki Minaj of Pokemon. I don't quite get it. The fan art 100% goes too far. Skyla's gorgeous. I agree. Marnie has been left alone and not disgraced in any way. Lives in a bubble. I know. It's too far. And she was like 14 in the anime as well, which I think is really weird. There's loads of Misty ones. I totally agree. But it wasn't that video that hooked me to a walkthrough of a card shop, and when you got talking about Pokemon cards, it just unlocked the interest in you. Yeah, that's cool, Randy. I love it. Yeah, there's a lot. 100%. Oh, Tara, don't go telling us you're not a grown-up. Yeah, exactly. Marnie's like 13. That's what I was saying. I'm good, Sass. How are you? I'm great. I'm loving painting. This was like a challenging card to start because getting the coating off of the holo on these vintage cards is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. But we got there eventually. Very much a thing in Japan, 100%. Nicki Minaj is the Jinx of the real world. True. Gardevoir's Bay. But she just continues to be 13 in the anime. They don't age. Yeah, Sonya's an adult. Melanie's an adult. To be fair, like Melanie's my type. I reckon Melanie is bae. And then I guess we'll do... Original Brock would have been cancelled if those episodes ran today. True. It's Japan anime. All women are thousands of years old, but like 13. True. Yeah, speaking of thick, Melanie's a babe. Melanie is bae. I don't care what anyone else says. There's a reason I've never attempted to cosplay her. I'm just trying to do some shadows from the horns now. Don't know if it's dark enough, but we'll see. Because the light source is sort of at the front. But that's got like a little bit of dimension at least. How long did they think shipping would be on the card? Let me have a look. I bought Sass. I ended up buying 2. I found 2 of them on eBay. And I bought 2 because I was like, we'll see what comes first. Let me just look at my purchase history though. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm so excited. I could do Skyla. Yeah, you're not wrong. I would definitely like to do Skyla. Okay. Let me check my purchase history. So there's one that, let's see, they've both been shipped. Sorry, one of them I bought. I went overboard. There's this Canadian eBayer that I've grown to trust, and I just like scrolled through his entire shop. He had thousands of things up, and I just picked out like a fuck ton of singles. Okay, it looks like one might come anytime between tomorrow and a month from tomorrow. And the other one shipped from Canada on the 4th, and it reckons it might come tomorrow, but it's not actually listed as in transit yet. So Sass, I'm hoping I have this to do for you next week. That's my goal, because you've already paid for it. I've managed to like stack up a bunch of other people that are keen for commissions, but none of them have paid yet. So kind of hard to say exactly. But as soon as yours comes, you will be the very next stream because you've already paid. And I am so excited. I have this vision for that card, and like I'm so stoked. Juicy, you don't have PayPal. That's fine. Don't stress, Juicy. That wasn't a personal attack. It was interesting because after that auction, so Luke auctioned off an altar, and people knew how much they normally go for, and unsurprisingly, the auction never went above $70. But Luke, I got like 3 other DMs from people that were like so keen for an altar. And obviously didn't want to pay more than $70, which I guess is fair. But I'm stoked that I have some more commissions that are like lined up and in the works. So definitely big shout out to Luke. We'll do a shout out. We'll do a Card Stars shout out. Card Stars Auctions is Luke, and he's a legend. He got me some more commission business. You would buy the second one off as you don't have it yet. I think I'm going to keep it, Sass. I'll see how I feel. I definitely at least want to have one for when I do the side-by-side photo. But I have an inkling I might get attached to it. But if I don't, I will happily sell it to you. I'm just looking for the right brush. But it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. And one of them I ordered is Japanese and one of them is English. So I'm thinking I will more than likely paint on the English one as long as it comes in time. because they tend to take paint a little bit better. But we'll see. You'll see anything for the right price. So how high you want to go, Sass? Come on, don't be mean. I would sell it, if I was going to sell it, I would sell it to her for exactly what I paid for it. But I might want to keep it. Pincer's arms are so weird. Like I've actually, I feel like I've done this okay. It just looks friggin' weird because Pincer's arms are weird. His hands are weird. You can't tell it's not my favorite Pokemon, but we're going with it. Is anyone in Loz's stream as well at the moment? I hope she's going okay. That's definitely who we're raiding when I finish up. I'm excited to see how she's going. If I was fancier at Twitch, I'd be able to like have a peek at what she's doing. But I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, so we won't try that. Also based on the tech issues I had last night, I don't think I want to try to do that. Okay. I think, in terms of shading, this is not too bad. We got a wow. Thanks, Right On. Much appreciated. Oh, did I stuff up my shout out? What did you change? What did I stuff up? Whatever you fixed, Dale, thank you. Love how you blend from your American to Australian accent. I know, it's a bit fucky, isn't it? I have no country. It's alright. I'm considering moving to another country before too long anyway. So then I will, like, quadruply have no country. We'll see how that goes. But I would definitely suggest, if you've never lived in a different country, like if you have always lived in the same place, give some serious thought to moving overseas. Like even just for a short period of time, because I reckon it's not like Australia in particular, and it's not that America is bad or anything like that. I think that just moving somewhere completely different was really good for me, like as a person, in terms of developing like my sense of self and all that kind of stuff. I think that, yeah, it's good. It's good for you. It's healthy. Alan, to tell you the truth, if I had a full art done by anyone, you'll look out for what you want done in that design and then would pay that person accordingly based on how much time it took them to work on it. Yeah, totally fair. Yeah, I always try to factor in shipping as well. I missed a space between a heart and a link. Oh, thank you. Add in more as it could be Canadian. I think I want to... the Kanto region, there we go. I think I want to move to Europe. Yeah, it is definitely experience. I think I want to move to Europe. That is what I'd like to do. My degree, so dietetics, what I do for work, applies in Australia. I could live in Canada, but I feel like Canada is quite similar to Australia. Or I could practice anywhere in the United Kingdom as a dietitian. So I think I want to do that. I haven't ever done a big move as an adult. So I think I just want to spread my wings, do something different. Changes your perspective on other countries and the people in those countries. Yeah, it definitely makes you more aware of the world. I think having grown up in the US in particular as well, like the US is like, please don't get upset with me. Please don't get upset if you're from America. But in my perception, I feel like having grown up in the US is very US focused. And like when you go elsewhere and you live somewhere else and you see how other countries do things and how other countries teach history, for example, like you learn so much more and you get so much more perspective. I'm just looking for a good teeny tiny brush. So yeah, I definitely want to go live somewhere else, learn some new stuff. Obi-Wan Shinobi, thank you so much for the following. Welcome. Yeah, it definitely changes your perspective. If you had enough money to do it, you wouldn't want to live in the US. That's fair, Alan. Definitely. Zaz is in America. Tara, you lived in Europe for a bit. You still have a place in Amsterdam. The doorways are too small. I struggle with that. Yeah, traveling to places where people are shorter in general, I do struggle because I hit my head on stuff. Randy, for you, it was two different feelings. The first time it made you so thankful to be from the US and coming back home, you were never happier. And then the second time you didn't want to come back. You didn't miss it much besides your family and home life. Yeah, I think it is tricky being away from family. That is one thing. That's definitely a challenge, which is totally fair. I just noticed I got a tiny bit of paint outside of where I wanted it. So I'm going to use like a little smidgen of remover to fix it. Because I know that the actual coating on this card is like impossible to remove. I think it should be easy to fix my little stuff up before I move on. There we go. Easy as pie. Okay. And then I think I'll need to make decisions about these horns, like the spiky bits, before I do anything else. Yeah, the US is big and has so much going on. Yeah, I know. I totally agree. Fair enough, Tara. Thank you so much for coming. It's getting better, but you think it has a lot to do with people being more exposed to the wider world by the internet. Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely right there. I don't want to go like too hard with these, because I think if I take it too far, it'll be... I always worry. I always worry I'm going to add too many of the details. We gotta be sensible. And these are going to be easy to kind of fill in and fix up as well after the fact. With any of the ones that are like little circles, I'll definitely have to add highlights so they're readable. I think that's enough. I'm not going to do any more. And I'll do my outline now before I do anything else, and then I'll go back in with my like really light gray and I'll fill those in and add the highlights and shading to them. Provide me with an opportunity to thin out my outline a little bit if I need to. Which I always seem to. So that is fine, because that's just a bit too bold for my liking. Once I go over it with the gray, it'll blend in a lot better. Intense outlines. We'll fix it up. Oh, deep breath. All right. It's getting better. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. The first time you were away, you were in Kuwait. So going back from that to US was like winning $1 million. I'm sure. Absolutely, Randy. US Americans think we own the world but could care less about the stuff we own. It's sad. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Tara. I will definitely enjoy myself. Alan, after your mom passed away, you hear from all your relatives. What are you going to do with your mom's ashes? Because of them, you had to sell your mom's car. After you sold it, they told you that you didn't. That's awful. Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. It's like, that's one of the worst things, I think, when someone dies. Like, you want to be able to hold on to their memories and for it not to be about finances. But so much of the time, like, you actually have to make really hard decisions about things like cars and houses. But I'm really sorry that you lost your mom, and I'm sorry that that happened. Thank you so much of this super light gray today. It's crazy. Thank you so much. Who are ya? I feel like it's going well. Randy says you love having bold outlines on your drawings. Fair enough. I think this will be fairly bold. I just want to try to match it to the original. That's the goal. think it was just like that little bit too much. So I need to cover it up like a smidge, so it's not like too far. But this strategy of like outlining it and then covering it up a little bit seems to work really well, because it goes like sort of transparent, so it doesn't completely cover it. So you get that like stark outline, and then you get a bit that's like partially an outline, I guess. That's a bit better, I think. And then I need to do the little like inside bits of the horns as well. So that's going to be a little bit arduous. That's fine. Go. Getting there. These little detailed bits, I always like forget to breathe. I always need like a don't forget to breathe reward. Like beyond oxygen. Now, someone that's watched a bunch of the anime should be able to answer this question. With Pincer, you know how he has like the lines on his body, like an insect? Do they go all the way around the back as well? I feel like they would, but I just want to check. How's that looking? I think that looks okay, actually. That's looking all right. Oh, how are the fur babies? They're good. The fur babies are all good. They're, Pumpkin, the female, was being a little bit rude the other night, and like she's waking me up in the night for some irritating reason. But other than that, they're great. They're both happy, healthy. Just neither of them sleep all that well. It's unfortunate. Like Pumpkin, I think she wakes up and like wants attention, so she makes noise, and then she wakes everyone else up to like accommodate her desire for attention. A little bit annoying, but it's all right. We love her anyway. They do. They have the outline. All right. Outline, here we come. Weird arm joint. I'm just looking at Pincer references on my other screen. Such a strange Pokemon. They are so weird. Definitely lots of outlines happening though, so that's fine. Speaking from experience at work, bonds are a lot more active at night, 100%. Yeah, they are. Not wrong there. And then he needs his like nails. Need to do that first, I think. Bonds are actually a class of creature called a lagomorph. Thank you for the wow, right on. Much appreciated. You should use Pogo to check details. You can rotate them in your Pokemon. Oh, that's clever. I hadn't thought to do that. That's a good idea. I was gonna say, so yeah, bonds are what's called a lagomorph. So they're actually most active at dawn and dusk. Which is definitely true. But I would say more overnight than the middle of the day, obviously, because like they're prey animals, so they feel safer. Deep breath. So it looks like he's got one sort of line that goes from like where his arm joint is. We'll go there. And then you might like barely see another one. And I'll add a little bit of shading around that as well. Cool. Go back in with my purple. Try to match that up. Lagomorph with an F. The lines are like the arachnid form of Beedrill in an odd similarity. Yeah. Yes, they are. Very insecty, like how bugs are divided like that. Oh, Fire Noodle! Hello, how are you? How are you, my friend? Welcome to chat. Very glad you're here. This is a commission piece for Andrew at Anstar, and I'm excited to see how it goes. This is my first ever like vintage painting experience. So yeah, coming along, I think, is the way I would describe it. It's happening. We're getting there. It was a really tricky start, I'll say, because it was really hard to strip back the painting of the card, like where all the text and stuff is, to get back to the holo. It seems like on these vintage cards, they're just a bit different to the modern ones. It was a lot tougher than I kind of had expected it to be, but we are getting there, so that is the main thing. But how are you, Fire Noodle? Yeah, there's no bush in this one. No bush here. It's like the Sahara Desert. Gonna make it so dry for you. Lots of teeth. That's what boys like. I've been on the internet for too long. That is the honest truth. Been on here for way too long. Fire Noodle, you're doing good. I'm glad you're well. Happy that you're here. Happy you could make it. I really appreciated your participation in Discord. Okay. Fill in his little thingies. Boys might not like Bush, but a Miro man can appreciate it. You're not wrong. It's a personal decision. coming along. Gets difficult to work with the paints after they've had a chance to dry a little bit on the palette. That's how I start to know I've been at this for a while. When the paints go a little bit chunky. But we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I'm glad it's looking great. Nez, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome to chat. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How was your stream, Nez? How are you doing? What did you stream today? Tell me all about it. Thank you for the follow, Art Fan Poke. Much appreciated. What do you like to stream, Nez? Everybody make sure that you follow Nez. Thank you so much for coming. But definitely go and follow Nez. We'll do a shout out. Sorry, I have a hard time reaching my keyboard. Ooh, some Pokemon Showdown. That sounds sick. How did you go? Did you have a good time? I really appreciate you bringing your viewers here. I'm assuming that you might be in like the US and it's getting a bit late. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was awesome. Fun times. Love it. I've been great. Thank you. I opened a box of Pokemon Go, the Japanese Pokemon Go TCG, which was really fun. And I got one of the secret rares that I really like, so that's always a massive win. We did some promo packs as well, which was a good time. And now we're doing a card altar. Thank you so much for the follow, your man Joe. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. LOL US. Are you in CC? Are you in Canada? But thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yes, we are having a fabulous time. Do you stream every week at this time, Nez, or what's your schedule like? This is my usual stream schedule, so it is currently 6 p.m. Sydney time. I started at 2, so we're 4 hours in. I'm usually on here for 5 or 6 hours. That'd be pretty average for my streams. But feel free to tell people a little bit more about yourself. And I'd encourage everyone to go give them a follow. We love other Pokemon content creators. Alright. Are we happy? It's 1 a.m. in the West Coast? Yeah, exactly. It's friggin' late. Or early, depending on what sort of person you are, I suppose. So this altar, we're getting close. Feel free to lurk. You're more than welcome to lurk. I really appreciate the follow though. Thank you so much for being here. So we're gonna try to do, like, create a move set. So this is the back of the Pincer. He's fighting the Heracross. And we reckon he's doing an Exciser. So what do I need? I think maybe... Andy, welcome back. Can you tell it's a Pincer? We've got to add our Exciser move. I think this is coming along nicely. I'm pretty happy. You reckon it's spot on? I think it's going alright, yeah. I think it's going good. Which is excellent. All you know is California knows how to party. Exactly! You wish you could afford TCG sets. They are so expensive, 100%. And I guess it, like, depends on... It depends on you and, like, what you want to prioritize in the hobby, I suppose. So with the X, I'm just, like, I'm looking at them. They're kind of like a curved... It's like a curve of light. with some colors around it. I'm going to try not to overcomplicate it too much. Good luck with that, Kim. Overcomplicating things is my middle name. They are expensive, though. We like it? Okay, good. That is the goal. So yeah, the goal is to make it look like they're fighting. That's what we're aiming for. So we'll need another color. It looks like we could do like green or blue. What are you thinking? Do you have a preference, Andy, if you're still in chat? I know you're probably supporting Laws, which is excellent because it's her birthday and that's really important. But if you're still here, you have a color preference. I've got other colors of those gel paints. So I think I could do green or blue over the top of this white, and that would be like pretty spot on for the kind of effect we want. We'll just give it like a little bit of a glow. I don't want to go too far. Or yellow. Yeah, we could do yellow, 100%. But I think the thing is there's like yellow in the ground. But yes, we could also do yellow. That's my ex. I think when I add the other paints. I'm vibing maybe green because that's a color we haven't used yet. It'll be like a little bit of a contrast. You know what I mean? Let's give that a bit of a crack because Andy has obviously disappeared. Yeah, green would go well. No, it's alright. Just trying to suss out this excise or move. I don't want it to be like too overpowering. Just looking how they've done it in other illustrations. How's Loz's stream going, Andy? Is she still going? If you get sick of watching me, go check out Loz. Please and thank you. That looks kind of cool. Alt J, left hand, such a good rock out tune. Yeah, I love Alt J. They're just fucking sick. Someone in Discord played, so you had it pumping and you got carried away. That's fair enough. She's just hit the halfway and an attempt at painting the Card Stars logo in water paints. Oh yeah? Does she? I haven't watched her paint before. Is that a big part of her streams? I'm excited to raid her when I finish this. And go give her some love. So people, make sure you have time to hang out for a little bit, if at all possible, at the end of my stream to go give Loz some love. She's doing a 12-hour subathon for her birthday. She is a braver, more dedicated woman than I, that is for sure. I think the longest stream I've ever done was like 8 hours, and that was enough. Honestly, that was enough for me. That was a lot. I reckon these people that do 24-hour streams and 12-hour streams and whatever else gotta be made of tougher stuff than me. For sure. Oh, she bought a kid's kit. That's funny. Noodles gotta run. The pup has woken up and is hungry. Card looks amazing. Thank you so much, Noodle. You have a great day. Give her lots of pats. She's very cute. I appreciate so much that you posted her on my Discord, because she is very, very cute. And you reckon she can't paint. But she is painting. Just because you've decided it's not good. She can paint. She's doing it. It's like super intimidating to try to do art things publicly, to be honest. I can be gentle with anyone that's trying to do this. Because, like, it's so easily, things so easily go wrong. You know what I mean? Alright, the other thing is I've noticed we need to touch up the Heracross a bit, which is fine. So he needs some white, and I need to try to match that, like, dark blue that he is. Just in terms of sanding off the card. So I've got a really dark blue, and then I think I'm gonna have to mix it with some purple as well, which is fine. Where is my dark purple? We'll do that. And I think I also want to, with my little mountain thing, I'm gonna bring that right down to where Pincer's horns are, so there's not like a seam. I'm excited. I'm excited to see it slab too, Andy. Definitely. definitely excited to see it slabbed. I think it's going to be really cool. Let me know where you want me to send it when it's done, because I've held on to the envelope that you sent it to me in. But if you just want me to send it like straight to CTA, that's also fine. I'm not fussed, but happy to send it back to you. Yeah, he already has my logo. He did one for me that I think I should get back this week. And I'm really stoked to see it. I think it's gonna be really cute. It's a bit better, I think. Yes, as much as you want to see it. Yeah, probably best. Fair enough. Fair enough, Andy. I'll message him and make sure I send it to the right place. You feel in the public art comment, you posted some of your drawings on Facebook and you just told everyone to go ahead and say it's bad. You're ready for them to get it over with. Oh, that's awful. Babamon, hello from Germany. Welcome to chat. I hope that you're good. Thank you so much for being here. Like, that just needed a little bit more dimension. It was a bit boring. Like, blobby. It's too blobby. But yeah, I reckon, you know, when it comes to criticizing other people's creative pursuits, you need to be real careful. Like, it's just terrible, isn't it? Exactly what you thought you did was good. You just have anxiety. Nobody actually said it was bad. Well, that's really good. I'm glad no one said it was bad, because I think that would be really shitty if they did. I feel like we need something on this side. Andrew, do you think we could do another like mountain range situation, or we could do like a cactus? What are your thoughts? It needs something though. Definitely. Have a think. And if Andy doesn't respond, chat will decide. Uber at the door. Fair enough. See you later, Andy. Maybe a cactus. Also just did it as a joke after eating hot noodles. Fair enough. A cactus? Alright. A trainer's arm. That's also a cool idea. Sunset. Oh yeah. Yeah, I suppose we could do that. I feel like the only thing is I've created the light source around this sort of attack. So if I add a sunset, it means that I've miscalculated my other light in the image. Why are these things so hard to color match? Goodness me. More purple, there we go. That's better with more purple. That's fine. Alright, and then need to do the toes on the other side because I think they just got like sanded off. Poor thing. Needs little toes, and he's looking pretty good. But yeah, I think we definitely need, there needs to be something else. In the background. I think cactus might be a good shout. Welcome back. Is that Uber Eats, Andy? What did you get? I feel like I always spend like the last chunk of time of my stream just like fantasizing about what I'm gonna eat afterwards. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. I'm sorry, I know you can't see my face. You ordered hot pot before, now it's just the beer delivery. Fair. Fair enough. I fucking love hot pot. I can put food away. People are often surprised. And the last time I had hot pot, I went out on my own and I went to this hot pot restaurant in the city. And when I ordered it, the chick that took my order was like, this is for a group of people. Like, you can't order this for one person. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I can. And I ate the whole thing. And I made as much eye contact with her as I possibly could. I was a little aggressive, to be honest. It's unlike me. But it was like purely, like, don't tell me what I can't eat. I want to eat a whole hot pot. If I want to eat a family special on my own, like, leave me alone. Yeah, we've got to do hot pot, definitely. If I ever go to Melbourne, hot pot is the go. Korean barbecue is another favorite. I can eat an absurd... can eat a lot of Korean barbecue. When is the mukbang stream? I don't know. When is it? Do I make that my next group reward for channel points? We could do that. I'm not against that. What would you want me to mukbang out of curiosity? What is it that you'd want to see? I'm just looking at different kinds of cacti right now. I feel like maybe we want like a background cacti, and then we should put a foreground cacti. The bushes of the desert, am I right? Maybe we do the traditional, like this sort of one in the background, like we don't overcomplicate it. I need a boring sort of green. I do struggle to get like a good green. A lot of the greens I have are too bright, and when you try to use them for like serious artworks where you need not so bright colors, they're a little frustrating. I think this one will be good. You have some awesome Korean barbecue? Well, I'm down. Japanese and Korean are my vibe as far as food is concerned. I'm always down for good Japanese and Korean. Thinking traditional? Yeah. Traditional cacti. I think so too. But yeah, it needs something. Definitely needs something back there. Oh, bruh. Yes, bruh. Do we get a poll up for mukbang options? We can. Although, at this, like, current juncture, I'm a little bit limited. If you wanted me to do a mukbang, like, where I'm living and where I'm at right now, it would be, like, Thai. There's a lot of Thai. Not a lot of other options. Kanto couple! Welcome back to chat! Oh, sorry. I don't even think the camera moved. I think I moved. So's guys. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I love you guys. Welcome back. This is a commission for Andy, and I'm excited about it. I feel like we're going well. So's Andy. I don't even have a reward for fucking up my camera. I just do it. But how are you, Chris and Beth? Are you still on break? How are you traveling? I'm so happy that you're here. Okay, so we've got one cacti. I think it needs a shadow. And then what else? The cactus is perfect. All right, we like it. Thank you. Yeah, it needed something. Do we want the other thing I was contemplating, I was thinking. Oh, you just got back. Beth is getting ready for the first day at school tomorrow. I'm good, Canto Couple. Thank you so much. I am doing well. I'm thinking, Andy, what we could do is like just something in this corner. Like, you know the, what are they called? Like aloe vera plants, how they have the big leaves and they go up to the top and they kind of layer inside each other. I wonder if we do one there, because I feel like that's just a little boring. I feel like we can do better than that. Can I draw a camel? Starting to remind you of the Scream paintings. I'm honored. That's super cool. Too late. What's too late? Can you draw a camel? Yeah, no. I don't want to do a camel. No camel. This is a Pokemon painting. But I reckon another cactus in the front. I think we do another cactus in the foreground to take up some of that boring space. Justin, welcome. I'm good. A tumbleweed. I don't know how to do that, though. Let me Google that. I don't know how I would do that and make it look good. I feel like it would just look like a ball of scribble. Because they're dueling. Yeah. I know what you mean, but I don't know how well it will translate in painting. I think it will just look like a ball. A Diglett. We could. I really reckon another cactus, though. I really reckon another cactus will look good, like in the foreground. A different kind of cactus. More rocks. Yeah? I'm doing my cactus idea. Andy's not saying anything, so I'm running with it. It's what's happening. Dog trio. Definitely Sato Kaiba in the background. Oh my god. Overcomplicated much. More cacti. See, Andy's on for more cacti. Yeah, it's like a battle scene. That's exactly it. We drag more Pokemon in, it'll just get more complicated. What about a bright moon top left? Like, I think we could do a moon, but again, the light source is based around where the Pokemon are. So I fear that adding another light source might confuse things, potentially. But if Andy wants the moon, Andy gets the moon. How's that? Beth, I'm curious, how is the wedding planning going? Yeah, it looks like sunset. I agree. Kind of a goal. But if you're here, if you're still here, Kanto couple, any wedding updates? Any fun stuff that people can know about? I know it's like such a whirlwind. I almost want to... I think I want to adjust this a little bit so it's like off. So I'll have to make it a little bit bigger. So I want that to go off the page completely. So this will have to be... bigger. Next card will be a darker ghost type, and we'll have a moon. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Chopped up cat sign. Well, I'm just thinking back to that Eevee that I did the other week. I reckon having something like sort of going off the page at the front in the foreground kind of looks really cool. So that'll be cool. And then we could even like add some more plant matter just across the foreground. It's one thing I've noticed, like with most modern cards, is there's a lot of plant life, which I quite like painting. I really enjoy it. It's nice to have like the greenery. List of commissions coming up. I don't actually... No, I do have a ghost type. I have a Gengar on the list. So that'll be fun, for sure. But that's the only ghosty coming up. Super Saiyan, it's bedtime. Totally fair enough. Good night. I hope that you have an amazing sleep. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your support always. Could you have the edge of another cactus on the front, or would that be overkill? I reckon I might even do something else in that space, to be honest. Like, I think I might do a couple things in that corner just to kind of tie it together. I'll keep the colors really muted though, so it's not like detracting too much attention from anything else. I'm just adding like a highlighty sort of color. Just like a yellow. it really muted. Put a little grubbin on the side. EK, good morning. Welcome to chat. I'm so glad you're here. Technology is definitely being more of a friend to me today. Haven't tried to play any games. I think that's where I went wrong yesterday. But I'm so glad you're here. Welcome back. How are you doing, my lovely? Do you want to tell us what's for breakfast? Your breakfasts always sound amazing. So we've got one cacti. Probably add a little bit of an outline. The sun's already blazing. A Fuji apple, delicious. Very delicious. Yeah, it is a cowboy showdown. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I've heard it's getting a bit hot over in the UK. Hotter than what you guys are used to, hey. What other kind of cactus could we do? I like having plants in the foreground. I think it adds a lot. That's just my opinion, but I really do think it does. Try to use like some slightly different shades of green, and we'll do like one of the little like floofy ones. For the UK, it is You're Loving Soju in the Cards Later. You're loving it. You're loving it, Soju in the Cards Later. I feel like you've mistyped something. When I see soju, I think about that Korean liquor. Oh, Gattozo, thank you so much for following. Welcome to chat. I hope you're having a great day. So glad you could be here. I hope you're enjoying the painting. This one's a bit of a bop, isn't it? We'll do like one of those sort of ball cactus up the back. I think that will look cool. So that's going to sit like behind this one. Might even put a little flower on it. But yeah, I think the plant life in the foreground, it's a win. It's a W. Just need to make some decisions about what other greens I want to use. I don't want it to be too dark. Your brain is still warming up. That's fair, EK. I've been up for several hours and my brain is still warming up. Are you streaming today, UK, out of curiosity? You got anything going on?
The song is like such a bop.
Someday I'll be less of a perfectionist about these cards, but today's obviously not that day. So lucky you, Andy. Great way to spend a Sunday. Your family's coming over. That's lovely, UK. I'm glad you're getting to enjoy some really nice weather as well. That's beautiful. Obviously, feel free to leave whenever it is that you need to leave. I'm glad that you got to come in and say hello at least. Always appreciate it. Up that other one that's in the foreground, but that's okay. So I reckon I'll add a little bit of a flower and maybe some like sort of little spikes to this. And I think it needs a flower. Desert flower, what do you reckon? That one Nickelback song. That one looks good. Your grandma enjoys it. She's used to Hong Kong weather being hot. Yeah, fair. Totally fair. Would you have seen this possibly could getting it at 43? Woo! Jeez. 43, that's gotta be hot for you guys. That happens here in Oz, but not a common occurrence in the UK, to my understanding. Trying to add a little bit more dimension to this one now.
And tidying up the outline. And I won't outline on that side because I reckon I'll put some other plant stuff to fill that kind of space, because I think otherwise it's a little boring. I don't know. I don't think it's interesting enough if I don't put plants there. That's just me. That's how I'm feeling. So I'm gonna go for it. We'll fill that up with plants. This is like one of the iconic no copyright songs. Like, I've heard this a trillion times from listening to YouTube. So we'll do some like long noodly ones. And then I will do... Oh, Zaz, a Kyogre. I only have Gen 1. Actually, out of curiosity, I think I've got enough space on this app that I could add another generation, but I wasn't sure which one would be most interesting. So why don't we make a poll? Where's my window? Why don't we make a poll to say what other gen we want to add? Dale votes Gen 2. I think there was 2, 3, 4, and 5, I want to say. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put it up for a bit longer so you have more time to vote. You thrive in heat. I know, Alan. I know you love the hot weather. You could definitely be happy in the UK right now. You would not be happy in Australia at the moment, though. It's been pretty cold. At least where I am. It's been cold and rainy. And I reckon one other fluffy looking cartoon in the cartoon cactus in the front. What else could be good? I think the ones that are just like balls maybe could be interesting. We'll go for that. I have another, what did I put that other green? We'll go with that green. Something a bit different. I enjoy painting these so much. Having such a fun time. Whoa, Jezros! Whoa, thank you so much for bringing your viewers here. Massive shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Absolute legend. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, definitely met my follower goal. Thank you for following. You're an absolute legend. Tell me about what you streamed today. Metallica Art, thank you for the follow. Lieutenant Cole Shepherd, Potter Dude, Holy Dooly. Jezros, where did you come from? What do you stream? What's been happening? Thanks, Potter Dude. I appreciate it. I love doing these altars. Mad Hype, thank you so much for the raid. But Ches, please tell me. Thank you for the follow too. Thank you for being here. I know, I'm so sorry. I normally don't get raided. Thank you so much. I'm having a great time. This is a commission for one of my stream friends, Andy. So I'm super stoked to be doing this for him. I'm having a great time. But I do these cards on commission. I also do them like just for fun. So definitely If you like art, if you like Pokemon art, please feel free to follow. Koala, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, you're in Canada, in Vancouver. Today you were breaking packs, but you do a little bit of everything. Oh, that's amazing. I do personal breaks here, which I really enjoy. But thank you so much for bringing your viewers here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. You're an absolute legend. Stone Cold Killer. That sounds weird. Thank you for following me, Stone Cold Killer. But welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. I think I stuffed up my shout out when I did it before. Dale, can you do a proper shout out for Ches? All of my viewers, please go give him some support because I really appreciate. The other day you painted over a Charmander. What did you paint over the Charmander? Yes, I do paint Pokemon. So this was a sort of vintage Heracross card that we're just adding some extra fun stuff to. The first several, I don't even know, several minutes, I think probably like half an hour was, yes, please share the link. Go for it. If your permissions block you, my mod will fix it. So don't even worry. Yeah, I'd be really keen to see it though. It's not finished yet. I really love doing these card alters though. I have so much fun doing these. So I'm always keen to see what other people come up with for cards. I think it's such a fun time to do it. And it's really interesting to see like what someone else's inspiration is with the cards as well. Thank you for sharing. Let's go check it out. It's on Twitter. Marky Mark, thank you for the follow. That's looking so good. Wow, I really like that. Oh my goodness. I love how you've done the rocks in the foreground. They're so detailed. The shading is sweet. That looks amazing. I love finding other people that do alters. Do you share these on Insta as well? That's where I post most of my stuff. But if you're on Insta, I'd love to follow you and be friends there too. Yeah, that looks awesome. It's always really fun to find other people that do painting. And it's kind of, I would say, I feel like it's quite an intimidating thing. Oh, you did show, okay. I'm hoping that Ches is your same name everywhere. So I can go follow and stalk you and see how that comes out. But hopefully I can catch your next stream. Definitely. I've got a few girlfriends on Instagram actually that do card alters as well. And we're in the middle of finalizing a little bit of a collaboration, which I'm really excited about, where we've all kind of worked together on a project. And I think it's been really fun because obviously a lot of the people that you meet online are in different countries. You're in Canada, Ches. Ah, I was recommended by Danber. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Danber. First time chat from Danber as well. I really appreciate the support. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Blocka, welcome to chat. How you doing? I hope that you're good. Zaz, that's such a cute Umbi. Oh my gosh. Absolutely gorgeous. That went too bright, that green. Alright, so we've got a few other cacti in the foreground. Well, thank you very much. I'm great, Blocka. How are you? More importantly, we love finding fellow art streamers for sure. I haven't been doing this for that long. I had a little opportunity to reflect the other day on like where I started with these card altars, because it's not been that long I've been painting them. And I think I've grown a lot in that short time. But then I look back on it and like it was so intimidating to make us start doing it on Twitch. It looks cool. We like the detail. Okay, we love it. Excellent. Andy is my commissioner for this particular card. So his happiness is of utmost importance. Okay. So we've got some foreground plant life. I think that added a lot. I'll be honest. I reckon that was like really necessary. What do we think? You love the life in the card? All right. What do we think, Andy, about adding other things? What are your thoughts? I feel like I might be getting close to a point where I risk going too far, which I don't want to do, obviously. What would you do if this was your card, Ches? Do you think we need to add anything else? There's a lot of mess to clean. Fair enough. Painting makes so much mess. Oh, this might be the best card in your collection. You're a gem. That is like such a kind thing to say. Your collection is hectic. I want to look at it. I'm sorry. I'm pulling it off camera. I want to look at it a little bit closer. This is coming along nicely. Don't mean to like toot my own horn too much, but this is it's all happening. It's definitely all happening. I feel like that line there is too harsh. And I want to go in with a tiny bit more of my yellow stuff. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. Do I want to go in? Yeah, I think I want to do a little bit more of the yellow. I sort of haven't lined it up exactly right, I don't think. That line is just going to bother me. Toot away. Dale says toot away. What about a tiny bird in the distance in the sky? We could do that. What do you think, Daddy Andy, though? That's the main thing. What does Andy want? We can definitely do a bird though. Oh, and Andy, I meant to ask as well, would you like me to sign this? Because I realized, for the most part, I have not been signing the cards that I've done. And for whatever reason, it's like I didn't even think to ask. Andy's over the moon? I love it. That is what I like to hear. That's the main thing. It's the most important thing about this, is that you're happy. We can definitely add a bird, though. Like a silhouette. Do you have a favorite flying type? Because I feel like, yeah, there is a little bit of dead space. Maybe there. You missed the last one. So someone suggested a tiny bird in the sky. I think that's not a bad idea. Oh, definitely got to sign it? Okay, well, I've not signed most of them. This bottom corner is done. I'll put a little signature there now then. While we're making decisions about burbs and flying types. Andy likes Flygon? No? No, we don't like Flygon. Never mind. That was definitely sarcasm. That is not helpful, Ryan. What if he hadn't seen that and I just immediately started painting a Flygon? Fun fact. Kim is also my initials. There you go. Signed. Corviknight. Oh, you said something I wanted to ask me earlier and someone was yelling at you. Oh, it was if I should sign it. And then I signed it already without waiting for your response. That's what happened. That was what I asked, though. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was what I did. I answered it for you, but it's done. Corviknight. We think perhaps the Corviknight. All right. I'm just looking at references, trying to make decisions. Yeah, it is how I roll. What's hard? Nemo, thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. Yeah, the Pokemon has to make sense to be there. Exactly. Let's have a look at Flygon. I feel like the shape of Flygon will be easier to read from a distance. Flygon does make sense. You're not wrong. And the shape of it will make sense. Like, it'll be easy to see. Any other desert types? Oh, Skarmory. Let's look at what Skarmory looks like. I need references. I can't do this. I cannot do this stuff without references. I feel like Flygon will be easier to tell what it is. Just as a thought. Ho-Oh? Would Ho-Oh be out of place? I mean, Ho-Oh's a legendary, so I suppose it could be anywhere. Ho-Oh could be anywhere. Ho-Oh might be too hard. You challenging me? It might be too hard. I think the thing is, like, when it's small and it's far away, you like Ho-Oh a lot? Okay. Okay. I can do that. I'm just looking, I want to find the right reference. Mandibuzz, yeah, that's true. Mandibuzz would make sense too. Like, I think the thing to bear in mind, Andy, is it's going to be far away, so it's going to be small. And the colors are obviously not going to be, like, bright. Ho-Oh v Lugia. Oh my gosh, you guys. One bird. We're only doing one bird. What about the Ho-Oh silhouette from the first episode? Yep. Yeah. It'll still be small though. But yeah, I've pulled it up. I'm nearly out of beverage. Is everyone gonna be alright if I just quickly go get some more to drink and I come back in like a minute? I'm sorry. It will be chair stream for just a minute. Entertain yourselves and then we'll start painting Ho-Oh. I'll just be a sec. Okay. More water. Definitely doing better now. Oh my gosh. If you do a Ho-Oh, you gotta add a rainbow. Oh no! I don't know about a rainbow. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, if you can do that, the top off. Alright. Let's do it. Praise chair. Cells guys. Thank you for following Blind Cobbler. Much appreciated. Welcome to chat. Bennigan's. You did a short stream and was about to raid. You saw I was suddenly famous. We got an incredible raid from another painter called Ches, which I super appreciate. So, I don't know how this has happened, but much appreciated. Suddenly famous Bennigan's. Doing my best. Definitely needed hydration. And where is my pretzel gone? Where is my music? Do I want to go back? Listen to something else. There we go. Got something going at least. Need some sort of music. Okay. Ho-Oh and a rainbow it is. Let's see. It definitely shouldn't go across the whole thing. So I'm imagining we use this dead space up here. So the rainbow will kind of track off the page there. That'll be the plan. And I will just use my like gel paints to do it. How terrible is it that I had to like really have a think about what order? How do rainbows work again? I dropped my blue. That was a mistake. I can't reach it. Nope, I'm gonna have to go down and get the blue. Sorry. Alright. So I think it's red at the top. Well, it's definitely like in color order, but I think it's red at the top. Yep, red at the top. We won't get the full color spectrum, because I don't think that's realistic. But that's fine. But I think these gel paints will work the best, because rainbows are still kind of translucent. So, we'll start with the red. And then it'll just kind of blend into the yellow. And we'll go from there. So, it's been a minute since I painted a rainbow. I think I probably was in grade school last time I chose to paint a rainbow. But there we go. It'll be, I guess, a little bit more of a straight line, and then I think I'll do the ho-oh kind of on top of it. I feel like that makes the most sense. Out of curiosity, those of you in Melbourne, have you been having like horrible weather as well, or has it just been Sydney that's like copped it? Because our weather has just been awful. Like there's so much flooding and just BS happening right now. There's all sorts of lines down and roads closed and blah blah blah. It's freezing. Yeah, it's really cold here too. We had a reasonable day yesterday. Like it wasn't raining all day, which was really nice. And then it's just gone back to rain again today, which is annoying. It's freezing and raining. Ah, bugger. And the UK, they're like getting hot days and whinging about it. And I'm like, I would so much rather be going into summer right now. The only thing is, with streaming, because I don't have aircon, that summer I think is going to be tricky if I'm still living where I'm living at the moment. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll see. There's a possibility I'll be elsewhere, but who knows? Okay. So, rainbow. I like that it's kind of subtle. I think that came out pretty cool. So, we'll get rid of the gel paints. I am nervous about getting this ho-oh outline right. And I'm thinking... straight black will be too stark. So, I'm vibing... maybe if I mix it with a tiny bit of gray, that might be a good choice. Just want to make sure it doesn't get too big. I don't want it to get out of hand. I'm actually, Andy, I'm really happy with how this has gone. I'm really stoked. A gold silhouette. A gold silhouette, he says. This is just getting more and more complicated. Alright, we'll do it. I can't say no. Are we gonna degen the next box of Go? We might. To be fair, we might just do that. I feel bad if I run off after I've just had the biggest raid of my streaming career. We can't just leave. I might end up putting out a vote to say, would you rather we open Go or Dark Phantasma? How are we feeling so far? 100% Pokemon Station. We'll put up a poll. How's that? I've already seen disagreement in the chat. So I will put up a poll about what we open next. But yeah, we will open something, I promise. Dale, you reckon a gold outline? I think this is starting to look like a ho-oh, at least. Just needs a little bit more of a curve, I think. How are we feeling, Andy? Do we like it? You meant the whole thing be gold? Silhouettes are not gold. It's not what a silhouette is. Amazing? We like it? Okay, this is great news. Make its neck quite long enough. So that is behind. And then I will add a little bit of an outline. We nailed it! Yeah, tell that to first episode of Pokemon. Come on! I'm doing my best. And I will do a little bit of an outline. I actually do think I have like a metallic gold. I'm pretty sure. I do. There we go. Shiny gold. Excelente. Alright, Anstar, anything else that strikes your fancy to add to this masterpiece? Or are we feeling like it's done? What are the thoughts? And I think the gold will also make it a little bit less like stark. Not quite as intense. Which is good, because it was a little full on, not gonna lie. Bit of like texture there. I like it. I like it a lot. Is it a bird or a plane? No, Andy's ho-oh. Hyper SC, hello. I am great. How are you doing? Welcome to chat. I hope you're having a good time. Did you come with the amazing raid? Or are you just here on your own? Thank you so much. I'm really pleased. Especially, I'm excited. I'm very excited that Andy likes it. That was the main goal. The main thing we were after. So I'm really happy that Andy likes it. You came alone. Well, thank you very much. It's balanced out nicely now. Well, that is excellent. I feel like I need to just get the detail back into the head. And then I reckon I'm happy with it. Okay. Do I want it to be too... I am Aussie, yes. So I grew up in the US, but I'm now full Australian. So my accent does lapse every once in a while to sound kind of American, because that's where I did my childhood. But I've been here for a long time now. Okay. Do we reckon it's done? What do we think? I'm gonna have a close look at it. That looks pretty good, actually. I think that back wing maybe just needs a tiny little bit of zhuzhing. To be more like the front one. I did it gray because it's sort of in the background. I didn't want it to be too harsh. So that is looking like a finished product. We've got the rainbow, we've got the ho-oh, we've got the pincer. The Cali accent is hotter. That's fair enough. I sound how I sound. I grew up in Kansas, and now I'm in Australia. So I've never been a Californian. Never in my life. I love California though. Matthew Coolest TCG, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Feel free to chat or lurk, whatever you like, but I'm very happy that you're here. So, chat, Andrew, does anyone have any other suggestions to add to this card, or do we think it's finished? I reckon it might be done. That looks so good. Well done. Thank you. You met my American accent? Fair enough. It is what it is. Another masterpiece. Oh, you guys are too nice. Thank you. Well, this is going to go off to Card Traders Australia, and it's going to go into a custom slab, which is going to be super cool. I'll have my name on it twice because I've signed it. And Andrew's already said he reckons it's going to be the best card in his collection, which I'm totally humbled by. Thank you so much. I'm really glad. I'm so glad you like it, Andy. I'm really pleased. I think it's pretty. And we added a couple extra Pokemon, which I think always makes them a little bit more special. I've made an enormous mess of my desk and everything else. So that's always fun. True Blue Panda! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm so happy that you're here. Painting is done, but in honor of this amazing stream raid, we're definitely going to open some more packs. So please stick around. Don't go anywhere. Welcome. True Blue Panda says, hello, you're a blue artist and a streamer as well as a puppy dad of 2 Chiweenies. Oh, that sounds so cute. I'm assuming that they are Chihuahua wiener dogs, and that sounds like an adorable combination. I'm obsessed with that idea. Chiweenies. That is the cutest thing ever. Oh my goodness. If you would like True Blue Panda, just as a side note, I have a Discord and there is a pets channel. So if you are willing, please share Chiweenie photos. Oh, all right, I need to clean up my mess. Where do I want to put this for the interim? I don't want to spill that paint water everywhere. That would be a disaster. Definitely going to do a Gengar card for using. Well, I definitely am. Happy to do it. You're lurking in Chez stream while making art. And yes, the tiny dad is a Chiweenie and a mini and his daughter is a Chiweenie. Oh my god, so cute. Thank you so much. Yeah, please do send me puppy Insta. I'm always down for pet Instas. I have rabbits and they have an Instagram, but I'm like I'm so slow at posting the bunnies. Okay, I'm like really pleased with that. I think it came out really, really nicely. I'm gonna alter my zoom slightly so I can show you a little bit better before I put this away. When I say zoom, obviously what I mean is focus. Ah, that looks so good. I'm really proud of that. That looks really good. I hope you love it, Andrew. I'm going to put this off to the side and make sure that that paint has plenty of time to dry. And then I will sleeve it up and I should be able to send it to CTA tomorrow. Definitely not naked. My skin is not yellow. This is like, that's yellow. I'm not that color. Come on, man. Not jaundiced. True Blue Panda, you make little Pokeball terrariums and shadow box cards. That's so cool. Those are awesome crafts. That's how you met Chaz. That's amazing. Well, she seems super cool. Okay. Well, I'm happy with this. We will set that off to the side to dry. And now I need some feedback from you guys as to what we want to open. So I'm going to put up a poll for a couple minutes, and while that's going, I'm going to go empty. Yeah, it is golden color. You're right. I do have a yellow undertone to my skin. You're not wrong there. So I have to choose from 2 different sets to do for personal breaks. So I've got, yes, Degen time. Let's do it. I have Pokemon Go and I have Dark Phantasma. So these are the ones we have to choose between. So Pokemon Go is obviously the most recent Japanese special set, and Dark Phantasma was the one before. So we'll create a new poll. So it's totally up to you guys. I'm going to put the time up to 5 minutes, so you've got a little bit more time. So, ooh, we're golden. Yeah, that is a good song. I've opened 1 box of Dark Phantasma. I've only opened 1. So I definitely want to open some more of it. I'm really excited. But I'm excited about both of them. And I will, yeah, probably open more of both. So do your voting. I will go wash up. I'll be back in just a sec. Chair time.
How have we gone? Sorry for all the chair time. Wanted to go wash up, and I stretched out my legs because I'm not used to spending much time sitting, and then my dog was just immediately like had to be involved. Mommy streams are the best. All right, I'll be your mommy. You're 13 of the big hits away from finishing Dark Phantasma. These smaller sets are harder to get the big hits. You only get 1 or 2 per box. Exactly. Exactly. 1 gold card away from finishing Battle Region. I sort of gave up on Battle Region. I enjoyed opening it, but I don't know. I'm definitely not chasing all the SRs. I've got all the common cards, I'm pretty sure. I do like the set, but I wasn't that passionate about it. Whereas Pokemon Go, I think I'm enjoying opening that more than I have many other recent sets, to be honest. We're almost done with our poll. I timed it well. What do we think? What do we want to open? Dark Phantasma. Wow, 93%. Sheesh, guys. Strong opinions. Okay, we got some variety this stream, then I like it. Now, I have 2 boxes. I'm going to make you vote again, but you're going to have less time. I'm only going to make this one a minute. So pay attention. So which box? 1 or 2? So this is 1 and this is 2. You guys get to choose and you have 1 minute to vote. And it is entirely your responsibility. I want, what do I want? I want a full art trainer. I would like the Misfortune Sisters. I would like to get the gold Zoroark. I need the Gengar character rare. So there's a few things that I need. Do we want more of a bop? I like this song, actually. We'll leave this one. You haven't seen much Dark Phantasma lately? Alright, well, we'll do something different. We like it. Yeah, you're definitely better off with Japanese. That's what I think. The gold Zoroark would be sick. Definitely. I like this set a lot. I only bought 1 box. Like, when they announced the secret rares, I only bought 1 box. Okay, 2. So 1 is going away. We're opening box 2. I hope you guys chose right. It's Dark Fanny time. Exactly. Getting right into the Dark Fanny. I'm excited. I've never had a raid this big, so I don't know when to stop streaming. I don't know how it works. Do I just stay here forever now? Am I trapped? Are we happy with this station on Pretzel, by the way? I think I am. I'm still having a good time. We're on, what, EDM? That's what we're on. You don't stop until we all leave. Exactly. Stream until you're ready to be done. Well, like I said, I really appreciate it, Ches. Very helpful. I really like this set a lot more than I thought I was going to, though. So I'm stoked about that. Everyone loves the Dark Fanny. To be honest, same with Japan. You found it going the other way. English has been better with the 2 new factories on board this year, and all the recent Japanese sets are plagued by print lines. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I have not had a great time with my recent English pulls. Even that, like, alternate art. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous alternate art Lilligant. It was off-center. Like, I don't know. I think it's just a hard time. But yeah, hit and miss, absolutely, with both. Absolutely hit and miss. You can't leave now.
Alright. Well, hopefully Nightbot will shuffle quotes. If you do more quotes... I have too many bots. One's like, I don't know about quotes. Alright, we've got a Krogunk. I love this cute little Zorua. Is she not gorgeous? This is another one I'd like to alter. If anyone wants to commission that, hit me up because it's so cute. Oh, fucking hell. What was I talking about then? I don't even remember. I shouldn't be allowed to talk on stream. Should just be quiet the whole time. Hollow Snorlax. He's cute. He's a cute Snorlax. He needs a sleeve. And we've got a reverse Apom. The old factories are still printing and haven't really improved quality control, so plenty of boxes are plagued by the old issues. Exactly. Exactly. What do you want me to ASMR? My microphone is pretty good. It's a nice lax, 100%. He cute. He very cute. These packs are fun. I feel like the quotes aren't shuffling. I hope it's the CHR because I don't have that one yet. I can show you my binder. I'm lacking, definitely. Can't say anything silly if you ASMR. The whole thing is silly. No offense. All right, so do we do? Snover, super cute. I love this Ghastly. He's having so much fun. And look at the little Cleffa. It's so cute. Oh, little Sligoo. He looks so happy. I love this one as well, the Zoroark. Amazing. And a reverse. Ooh, reverse of the Zorua. That's pretty too. So gorgeous. There's definitely a point where Japan printing was always better, but now it's much more same. Who are ya? Hello, how you doing? Welcome back to chat. I know, there's such nice cards. This makes me want to go get my binder and see what I'm missing. Yes, absolutely you can see how Andy's card turned out. That is 100% fine. I want to sleeve things up as I go. I'm trying to be behaved. I'm really bad at putting things away as I go and sleeving them as I go. So get better at sleeving stuff. Ooh, where did you order from, Yk? I need to get more binders, actually. This is Andy's card. Whoop. I'm really proud of it. I think it came out great. Oh, the Voltex purple one. Voltex is amazing. You're going to get in touch about getting one done yourself? Absolutely. Palms off sing. I haven't gotten palms off before. I'm really curious about it. I want to try them out. It came out really nice. How did you get the card stuff off the holo? Ches, it was arduous. If you have a modern card, let me go get a couple things. Give me one sec, girl. So, modern cards are really easy. All you need to do, literally all you need to do with a modern card is use a nail polish remover that has acetone in it. I'll show you the one I did recently. So with like celebrations as an example, if you go in on a celebrations holo or any of the modern holos with acetone,
like just a nail polish remover. You can take off the holo, and then over the top I'm using so I just use this one, Q-Tex Ultra Powerful. So you can take off the all of the writing, like all of the text around the card, like super easy. Like it really, to do this one, it was like, oh, I just got the acetone and went, and then it comes off. Whereas with this one for Andy, if you watch back to the beginning of this video, it was like I had to buff it, I had to scrub it. It took me, I think, probably half an hour. So if you're wanting to do a vintage one, like bank some extra time for sure. Yeah, if you want to see the other cards I painted, they're all on Insta. What's another one? I have one I'm really proud of. I can show you now, actually. That's not on Insta yet. It's going to go up this week. But this is another one I did recently that I'm really proud of. It's so pretty. This Eevee was one of my favorite commons. This one took ages. You have nail polish, but it doesn't work. It's also very old and like nothing happened. How many binders do you have and what do you collect? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 9 binders. I have a lot. It's mostly modern that I have, but I've realized that I'm gonna need more binders before too long. And what binders? I like the Vault-X zipper ones, and I also like for less expensive sets, I don't mind these Ultimate Guard plasticky ones, the non-zipper ones. For stuff that I really care about, I prefer to have the zippers because I think it keeps like all the dust and stuff from getting in. But stuff that like isn't quite as valuable, I feel okay with the Ultra Guard ones that don't. Yeah, so the first one I tried wasn't strong enough. You have to get one that's like higher acetone, I think. And I think actually you can get pure acetone maybe. But this one is called Ultra Powerful to remove salon gel. So I think that's why. I think it's got a higher concentration of acetone because that's what you need to strip it off. Yo, Berto, the night's been great. Thank you so much. How has your night been? More importantly, we've done a card altar, which I can show you. Came out really good. It's for Andy, so I'm really happy with it. He's gonna get it slabbed, which is really cool. Oh, you couldn't find the word acetone on it. Well, there you go. This one, it should be in the ingredients. Yeah, this acetone is literally the first ingredient on this. So I think that's why it worked so well. But yeah, I would say for modern cards, it won't be too challenging, but for vintage is hard. You may want me to do a Cubone. Yoberto, hit me up. Send me a DM. I would be happy. I've got a few commissions lined up at the moment, so probably around like 6 or 7 weeks. But if there's no rush, get your order in and I'll put you on the list and I will make it happen. Yeah, pure acetone might be too strong. All right, we've got a Bronzor. This is a cool art style. Who's this? This is Tomokazu Komiya. Very neat art style there. I like it a lot. You'll have to send me a holo Cubone. Okay, that's cool. Is it a vintage holo? Because as I've learned today, there might be an extra cost for removal. We've got Machop. We've got a box.
Ambipom. Ooh, our first V, and I didn't have this one. Amazing. Okay, we've got a Gallade V. We love it. And what's the reverse? Ooh, cute Slagoo. I love it. No vintage hollow Cubones? Okay, good. Good. That's much safer. You're a big Yukimori fan, aren't you, UK? They're really cool. His cards are really cool. Is that Gallade maybe a good sign for the Gallade CSR? That would make me happy. I always ask for too much from my boxes, to be honest. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to follow Ches and see what happens. I want to know what happens. I'm super curious about this. We need to know. You sure are, but you can't wait for your binder to come in to put Jiggly and Yukimori together. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I really like the Ultra Pro Zipper ones are really good. And I do want to try out Palms Off Gaming. Because I think if I can buy Australian made stuff, I would like to buy Australian made where I can. So I might put my money where my mouth is there and give them a go. I've heard good things. Alright, we've got an Apom. Ooh, Golbat. Cool artwork there. Singing at the Moon. Basculin. Oh, Raichu. He's so cute. He's so determined, but so cute. I don't know how they pull it off. Holographic Crobat. Dale's favorite. Oh, and a reverse. Oh my god, that is adorable. That is the sweetest little Guitarpy. No, it's not a Guitarpy. What am I talking about? That is so cute. My god, yeah, Golbat's having a good time. Yes. I feel like you're gonna want me to paint that one, aren't you? Wurmple. I feel like you're gonna want me to paint this. I'm just looking at it closer because it's got more little Golbats in the background. It's really detailed. There's like a fence. It's a weird angle. I don't know how I'd make it happen. I don't know how I would do it. I could try. Have to think about it. No breath holding. Definitely not a good idea to hold your breath. Like I said, I don't actually even know if they sell pure acetone. I have no idea what it would do to your fingers. The reason I don't like to use that sort of nail polish remover like on my nails is because it's like really harsh and drying. Alright, we've got a cute Ghastly, Krogunk, Rotom, knee brace? It looks like it, or like a finger support. I don't know how big it is. There's no scale. Oh yes, an Amorous V, of course. Yeah, acetone's not great for your skin. An Amorous V and ooh, reverse hollow box. Yeah, wow, shiny, shiny. I didn't have the Gallade, I'm pretty sure, but I did have the Enamorous. So ugly. Such a creepy Pokemon. Not trying to be mean, I don't know. When people design these things, I'm like, what are you thinking? What's going through your head when you make this? Like, am I cruel for thinking that way? I just don't get it. What's the aim here? Do you feel loved now? I feel terrified. That looks like a necromancer Pokemon or something. I don't know. It's too far. It doesn't look like Pokemon, you're right, EK. Alright, we have a cute Goomy. We have a Cascoon, because it's got angry eyes. Am I right? Cascoon. Am I right? I think I'm right. Defo reason they added the 4th genie. Oh, this one's cute. I like this Clefable. This one's beautiful. And I feel like this would make a sweet card altar. Like, so pastel. It's so nice and pastel. Oh, Clefable's such a cute Pokemon. Spiritomb. We like it. We like being correct as well. Ah! We did pick the right box! I love this card! This is the one that I said I wanted! This is what I wanted. And we got it. Oh, it's so nice. You guys picked the right box. I love it when this happens. Oh, they're so cool. The Misfortune Sisters. Fuck yes. This is such a banger. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I don't even see a print line. No print lines in sight. Yeah, that is beautiful. And reverse Apom behind it. Oh my gosh. Yes. I love it when that happens. This gives me hope that we might get the character cards that I wanted. That is so nice. Wow, that is so nice. Oh, I'm so happy. We like the hype in the chat. I reckon it's definitely one of the biggest hits in the set. I think it's stunning. Oh, it's so pretty. The hollow, oh my gosh. That is so nice. I really need to buy... I need to buy the Alola Friends card. I've tossed up about it. I think I need to just, like, cop it. I'm not going to pull it. I need to accept it. Because I don't think I'm going to open any more VMAX Climax. I need to just buy it. Because that, like, just the trainer cards where there's a group of them, especially in Japanese, the way they print them and the way these holos are, that is gorgeous. That is so nice. Thanks, Kanto couple. Thank you. Now, it's not Alola Friends, is it? I don't know if I can afford Alola Friends. Maybe a PSA 1 Alola Friends. One that someone accidentally dropped in the mud. We'll get one of those. Basculin. Wormpull. Super sweet. I forget what this is called. Oh, Beautifly. I love this holo. So pretty. We like that. Oh, and the gorgeous Fione reverse. That is beautiful as well. This is such a pretty set. I'm really vibing this pretzel app, by the way. When I was trying to choose music for streams, I found it too hard. It was too stressful. It was too hard to pick stuff. And I was worried that if I put things on a playlist, then people wouldn't like it. And then I would be stressed. Whereas, like, if we just listen to this, there's no pressure. You had 3 out of 4. Is that Galar Friends, Kanto couple? You got 3 out of 4 Galar Friends. Are you joking? I would love to pull that card. Damn. Another standard, no copyright music. Miss Drevis. She cranky. Krogunk. Machoke. Mitsuhira Arita. Incredible illustrator. Toxicroak. I don't know why my brain went dead for a second. Holographic Basculegion. You love Miss Drevis.
I feel like that one, that could be a cool card alter. It's like simple enough. You could make it work pretty easy. I really like Misdreavus as well. What was the other recent set? Now I'm struggling to remember that had a nice Misdreavus where it's like flying in a city. I think it was Battle Region maybe? That's a really nice Misdreavus too. But this one I think would not be too hard to paint. Just trees, mist, something in front of it. Easy. It is a great mon, 100%. Although to be fair, I reckon, what would my favorite ghost type be? I think Gengar is my favorite ghost type. Yeah, it was Battle Region. Okay, I was right. Ooh, this pack doesn't want to open. In front of, yeah, it is. In front of Jubilife Town. That's it. With all the chimneys. It looks so nice. Some of them just don't want to open at the top. It's so weird. Just a glue issue. Alright. Apom. They're having a fun time. I like how dynamic Apom artworks always are. Like, they're always just so active. We've got a Basculin. Yes, Gengar! A Reizu. Oh, I love that Duskox. So cranky. They were annoying in the game as well. Ooh, Zoroark V-Star. Okay, we like it. We'll take it. Sick card. Really nice holo. And I love the pastel borders on these. They're so pretty. What's my absolute favorite Kanto? Sylveon is my absolute favorite. I'm such a Sylveon stan. I'm obsessed. I wish that there were more Sylveon plushes and stuff for me to collect. They've done a few, but not that many. What about you guys? In chat, tell me what your absolute favorites are, because I'm always curious. I know a few. I know a few of yours favorites. Do you have any Sylvie slabs? No, I do not. No Sylvie slabs. I thought about sending. I have the Sylveon V alt art from Eevee Heroes. I thought about sending one of those to get slabbed, but I don't think it was like perfect. Yeah, not yet, Kanto. Someday. I have a dream. I don't have, the other one I don't have is the Sylveon VMAX alt art. And I feel like in English, it's not completely unreachable. In Japanese, it is, but in English, I could save my pennies and I could make that happen. But yeah, I'd love to get a Sylvie slab. Abominous, no. Very dynamic. Yep, but that is why. That's why I have Sylveon emote. Wait till a reprint. But are we sure they're gonna reprint Evolving Skies? What if they don't? Goodra? Always so sad, Goodra. Oh, and a reverse of that gorgeous Growlithe. Like, I think even the thing with Eevee Heroes is like... Well, yeah, it's Eevee Heroes that they're reprinting. But then how big is that gonna be? And how much am I gonna be able to access? And then Evolving Skies, like, as far as I know at least, there's rumors of reprint. Oh, both? Both for Evolving Skies? Okay. Okay. Both of them are reprinting. I like to hear that. Well, I will wait a little bit. Kanto, out of curiosity, because I know you guys have good channels, and Andy, if you're here as well, for accessing Eevee Heroes from Japan when it comes back, do you guys have any connections, any leads yet? Because when it reprints, I am keen to buy some. I just don't know where to get it from. Chimecho? Murkrow? The lake? Crystal Lake? I don't remember what that's called. Parasect?
Ooh, holographic Machamp. I don't know if I had this yet. And reverse Spiritomb. Okay, we still haven't gotten any of our character cards yet. I don't remember what I needed for Dark Phantasma. I know the character ones I have. I'm struggling to remember what else I was missing. You may do. Come on, guys. Let me in. Let me in on the secrets. I always struggle, and I don't want to get sucked in too early. Okay, Dark Phantasma. Trying to remember what order this binder is in. Okay. I've done okay. Oh, and I get a Radiant too, don't I? So I'm missing card 40. 50. I'm still missing a few things. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Lake Acuity. Aha. You'll message me? Alright, thanks, Beth. Much appreciate. Oh, wow. This is... I'm gonna skip this. I don't know. Sounds a little bit whiny. I don't know about that. Soup! Hello, Soup! I haven't heard from you yet today. How you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Welcome to chat. We have a super cute Snover. Another Misdreavus. Divine. Gorgeous. Gumi. So cute. Gligar. Gliscor. What am I talking about? Dark. Creepy. Scary. Another hollow Snorlax. We'll take it. Bennigan's would have loved this box. I wonder if that means we'll get the CHR Snorlax. Not in this pack. And a hollow Misdreavus. You're doing good, Soup. I'm glad to hear it. Your net's playing up and you've got video. You're doing alright. Like to see it. Thank you so much, Devil's Advocate Dante. Much appreciated. I've already pulled the secret rare from this box. We have a very beautiful Misfortune Sisters, which I'm stoked with. I somehow forgot there was going to be Radiance. But we are still waiting on a Radiant, and we haven't gotten any... We haven't gotten any character cards yet. You have COVID. Ah, that's not good. I'm so sorry. COVID sucks. I had COVID the other week, and it was shithouse. I felt like I had just a really bad cold and flu. That's the card you're still chasing. That was the one I really wanted, Andy. That was actually what I said at the beginning when I was opening. When I was starting up, I was like, I really want Misfortune Sisters. But yeah, COVID's absolutely horrible. Hopefully you get it soon, Andy. If you've only got one left to chase, so you're better off to just buy it. Because I don't think that single is super expensive, is it? You're thinking the same. It's such a nice card. It is really nice. The holo on Japanese trainers is like just insane. Stoked to see the Pokemon avatars. I'm really happy too. They're so cute. And if you do exclamation avatar in the chat, you can change it. But they are really cute little avatars. We've got a Pika. Golbat. Thanks for letting me copycat you, Andy. So stoked. Oh, and you guys have those too, don't you, Kanto Couple? Just copying everyone. One more box, Andy? Fair enough. I feel like you've probably got better channels to like sell your cards than I do. I'm not very good about it. You thought I was talking about COVID when you said you hoped Andy got it soon.
And then realized he was talking about the card. No, I don't want Annie to get COVID. Gosh, I'm not horrible. We've got Sligoo. Alright. Magnezone V. Oh, cute! And a reverse of that Pika. That Pika is one of my favorite cards in this set. It's so sweet. Such a fan. So really happy to have that as a reverse. That is gorgeous. Let's go. I know. Where are these character cards at? Where's the Radiant? Holding out. I know. The Pokeball Hollow's cool. Although, like, when you look back to previous generations and they had, like, themed hollow patterns, like, I don't know. They did so much better historically. Where's the packs I opened? Give me a sec. So I opened some XY stuff the other day. And the reverses in those are like so much better. I don't understand why they've gone away from it. Now I just need to find the reverses, if I can. Like, look at this. Look at how much better this is than the current English reverses. Why do they not still do that? It's amazing. That looks so sick. Why don't we get these? Ches, thank you so much for coming and for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. It was so nice to meet you, and I hope I get to catch your next stream. But again, massive shout out to Ches Roz if you're not following her already. Please do. Really appreciate the support. But yeah, why do we not do this? Why do we not get these cool XY hollows anymore? I don't know. We have better technology. We should be getting better reverses. And instead, they all look the same and are boring. I just don't get it. It was so nice to meet you as well. 100% you got told Sword and Shield was finished at Fusion and you were keen. Yeah, exactly. They're so much better. They're so much better. Like, if it finished at Fusion and we started getting some different stuff, I just don't know. I don't know why we're continuing to go on with this disappointing reverse pattern. Yeah, current English, it's basic. It's so basic. I reckon there's a character card in this pack. What do you think? Surely, we're getting towards the pointy end. Got a cute Zorua. Got another Cascoon. Ooh, cool Miss Magus. Really nice background on that. We've got our Pokédex phone. Ooh, holographic Gengar, that's cool. He's like so devious. Yeah, I reckon we'll get, hopefully in Scarlet and Violet we get something different. Nope. Reverse Arazu. Holding out to the end for these character cards. We really are. Damn. This song's a bop. There's some good music on this pretzel. It's not even like more expensive to do. It wouldn't be, exactly. Wouldn't be any more expensive. It's just lazy. I totally agree. So as far as what I require for Dark Phantasma, I have the Pikachu, the... Oh, I put that in the wrong spot. How did I do that? I have the Pikachu, I have the Arcanine, and I have the Spiritomb, but I don't have anything else. So I would like to get the Snorlax. And what's the other one? What else am I missing? As far as CHRs. Hey Luke, I'm good. How are you doing? Welcome to chat. I finished Andy's commission. Do you want to see it? It came out really good.
I do say so myself. I'm pretty happy with it. So we've got a Pincer doing X-Scissor, Desert Scene, Po-Oh flying away into the rainbow. Managed to preserve the swirl. We like it. We got the Lax tree here for you that will help. Lax tree? What? You have the Lax... You have it for me? What do you mean? What do you mean you have it for me, Kanto? Did I buy a break that I forgot? Or did I get it in the... Yeah, it's hollow soup! I had to strip back all of the CHR. Did I buy a break that I forgot about, Kanto? Or are you just being overly kind? If you set one aside, that is the sweetest thing. It's got a swirl! I know! He sent me a card with a swirl to paint on. I'm so humbled. We have a Gligar. I love this Glyphon. It's so cute. You got a spare? Well, you guys are so sweet. Thank you. I love that Snorlax. I will happily accept that Snorlax. Really sweet Clefairy. It's adorable. We've got a Toxicroak. Beautiful Fione. In the Coral Reef. Holographic Arcanine. Is this who's this? Oswaldo Cato. That's an interesting style. I don't know how I feel about it. Yes! Okay, we're killing it. So we have a CHR that we didn't have. We got the Gengar with the Misfortune Sisters. That is so sick. That is such a cool artwork. Oh my god, I'm really stoked with that. You guys chose the right box. You absolutely kill it with the voting. Every freaking time. Look at the hollow on Gengar's eyes as well. The other one I was chasing. Exactly. Killer box. That is awesome. But the hollow on his eyes, that is spooky. I think it's also like really sick that I got both of these in the same box. Like these two look so cool together. Look at this. Killer box, 100%. That is awesome. They're so badass. It's all you wanted from the set. Yeah, they're cool artworks for sure. I'm really chuffed. Alright, what else? What else can happen? These streams always make you want to open up your wholesaled collection. Well, opening stuff every once in a while, like that's fun. That's what you gotta do. That's what they're here for. The packs are there to be ripped. I try to behave myself when it comes to like the really special products. Like Eevee Heroes gym boxes, like we're not touching those. You're a Darkrai fan, so the V-Star was cool too. Is there a V-Star Darkrai? What? That's obviously something I'm missing. Yeah, that's why sealed is so valuable down the line. But yeah, definitely go for special stuff. But like, you don't need to keep everything sealed. Like stuff like Dark Phantasma and Pokemon Go, I don't reckon these are going to be sets that are going to be like crazy expensive. There is? I don't have it. That's like obviously something that I'm missing. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm missing. I didn't really even look at the set list, along with Lucario. Oh, it's got its own deck. Are those the ones that aren't actually in the set? You had to buy the special decks? Knowledgeable streamer things. We've got a cute Silcoon, sad eyes, Zubat. I love this Growly. He's adorable. I wish you would have let me know that you were getting those plushes, Andrew, because I would have gladly gone in to get one of these. That plush was so cute. We've got the Misfortune Sisters again. A Hisuian Electrode B. Ooh, and the Parasect. Okay, this was the other one I was missing. Okay, killing it. We're absolutely killing it. This box. This is like the perfect counter to my other box. That was the other one I couldn't think of. I was like, there's another one I'm missing, and I don't even remember what it is. And it was Parasect. Oh my gosh, look at the background landscape on that. Look at all those mushrooms. Wow. It's like Alice in Wonderland. That is amazing. The holo on these just gets me every time as well. They're so nice. I really, really like the trainer galleries. I totally agree. And I like, Hike, that they're not crazy expensive cards either. That is so nice. Oh my gosh, look at those mushrooms though. I can't deal. That is so pretty. I just wanted to like put all of these together now. We have all of the Misfortune Sisters cards. That's so nice. This box was like 12 out of 10. Yeah, they're a reasonable price, exactly. Toasted Zinger, do you want to see the Heracross? Please feel free. Commissions are still open, but I will say the wait, if you want to organize a commission, is probably going to be around 6 weeks because I have a bunch of people in a queue at the moment. Not all of them have paid, but we do have a few people waiting. But this is the Heracross I did for Andrew tonight, and it came out really good. So this was a vintage holo, which was like super hard to strip, but we got there eventually. So you can still see the holo through most of the card, which I think is pretty fun. Yeah, Japanese sets for the win, 100%. But yeah, Andy's going to get it slabbed, so I think it's going to look really nice in a slab. It'll be a custom slab too, which is pretty special. I actually designed the slab, so there you go. You know it'll be good. Oh, cute little Paris. I love... So, in the game, obviously, these are so frustrating. But I actually really like the background on this card. Like, it's beautiful. Paris was such an annoying Pokemon in Arceus. I hated them, but this card is lovely. We've got a Haunter. Was it hard with the holo? On this vintage one, Zinger, yes, it was. It was painful. I think it was like around half an hour. I'll have to check back in the VOD. It felt like an eternity. It felt like an eternity of like sanding and scrubbing and acetone and then going back and back and back. Whereas with modern cards, it's like super easy and you just need to wipe off with acetone. But it did come out really nice. Kanto couple, what do you mean you think you got my first Sylvie slab? Where did you get it? What are you doing? You guys are too good to me. What did you find? Tell me what you found. What do I owe you? You guys are so sweet. We love Kanto couple so much. Alright, we've got Spiritomb. Oh, Steelix! We got our shiny card! My brain was elsewhere. I was like, I need to type out, shout out Kanto couple. I just need to finish this pack and then we get a shiny card. Heck yes. Shiny Steelix, we take it. So pretty. I love these Japanese shinies. They're amazing. Radiance. I know they're Radiance. Don't worry about shout outs. Come on, guys. Come on. And they reverse Krogunk. But Chris and Beth, seriously, they're some of my favorite streamers. They're like the kindest people. They're absolutely amazing. You guys were super supportive of me when I really had no idea what I was doing, which I will never forget. I still mostly don't know what I'm doing, if I'm honest. Like, I'm doing my best, but I really, there's a lot of fluffing around in my streams, but you guys have always been super kind. So if anyone in here, on the off chance, if anyone's not shouting out, not following the Kanto couple, I'm too slow. Thanks, Dale. If anyone's not following them, please do, because they're wonderful. And they're getting married soon. That's exciting. But I'm excited to see the Sylvie. I'll have a look after stream, if that's all right. Can't believe it's been over 5 months. I know! It's been crazy. It's been a whirlwind. When I very first started my Twitch channel, in the very, very beginning, I was actually using it because I wanted to do YouTube. And I still do. Like, I record stuff for YouTube. But that was kind of my focus. And I actually was, like, filming YouTube videos while I was streaming on Twitch. And obviously, because no one was watching me, it sort of didn't really matter. And then as soon as a couple people started watching and trying to chat to me, I realized I was like, oh, I can't do this and like do multiple takes and all this sort of stuff. So I started doing the streaming thing as like a separate entity. And it's been so much fun. I just really, really enjoy it. Oh, UK, you're so sweet. I love having you here. We've got a gorgeous Silcoon. Very sweet Zorua. Duskox. And if anyone doesn't know, UK streams as well. I think she could do with a shout out as well, Dale. UK streams as well. She does amazing crafts. So please go support UK too. Okay, we've got Duskox. Beautiful. We've got a box. But I totally agree, Kanto. I think everyone in this community is amazing. Alright, we've got Volo Hollow and a reverse. Bronzong. We love UK. Aww. Thanks for the love UK plant. Like, that's how it did it. I like that it also highlights your little avatar. I didn't see that last time. That's cute. This stream avatars thing is fun. I enjoy it. That's a good time. Got a few packs to go. What are the chances we get another hit? I don't even know. I don't know if I'm owed anything now. But we'll definitely... we'll accept whatever it is that we get. With open arms. Very happily. I didn't even realize I kicked my follower goal as well. I need to change it. Can I change it to 600? Am I at that point where I can set a goal for 600? Let's do it. 600 follower goal. New goals. We like it. I really appreciate all the support I've gotten from everyone in this community, though, to be completely honest. Everyone's been absolutely amazing. We've got Pikachu. Cute Wormpull. Absolutely beautiful. We've got a Bronzong. No, Bronzor. What am I saying? Then Bronzong. Got that next. Magnezone V-Star. Yes, please. Magnezone V-Star. Happy with that. And a reverse Sudowoodo. I love the background on that Sudowoodo card, though. That, like, autumn forest is so pretty. I think that's another one that's in my, like, personal, I'd like to paint that card pile. That pile is getting bigger. And obviously those are going to slow down as the commissions continue to roll in, but that is totally fine. The V-Stars are really nice. I hope I'm getting close. This is last pack. Last pack magic. Give me some LPM in the chat, please. What would we like to see? There's obviously a chance for like a double SR box or an ultra rare or a hyper rare as like a double special card. So that's an option. We could get possibly
possibly get another character card. Yes, these are personal packs. Pizza Nude, thank you so much. Thank you for the last pack magic. Yeah, so at the moment, Toasted Zinger, all I do on Twitch is personal packs for openings. I haven't done a group break before, but potentially in the future, I might do group breaks. We'll see. I'd probably need support from people who have done it before and know how to like coordinate payment and all that kind of stuff. Cough, cough. Ando. Can I borrow your mods? All right. Let's do it. Last pack magic. I'm stoked to see what we get. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. The paintings are definitely one of my favorite things to do. Plus, I like opening stuff. Eevee Hero should be my first. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. With the reprint, that could be fun. Because I really, really like. Oh, you can't stop watching. You're so cute. Thank you so much, Toasted Zinger. Got a cute little Paris. We've got Machop. We've got a Honchkrow. Hollow Zoroark. No way! What is this box? I'm so fucking stoked. So we've hit all of the character rares that I needed. Holy dooly! I got all of the CHRs that I needed. And I got Misdreavus Sisters. You guys picked the best box. I feel like that Snorlax right now because I do need to go eat something before too long. But heck yes. Chat nailed it with the box choice. I got the Lax. That box is broken. I hate it when people say that. Box is cracked. You're right. I'm so happy with that. I'm really excited to put these in my binder. Now I'm like, what am I actually missing? What am I missing? Let's pull this out. Let's have a quick look for a sec. So as far as CHRs, I think I've done it. Goal achieved. So what am I actually requiring? I'm always excited to put my reverse hollows in. Because I'm not too far off on that. So Snorlax is number 77. Cracker of a box, 100%. 1000% it was a cracker of a box. I feel very lucky. Arceus blessed me with this one. Well, actually you guys did because you picked it. But legit to get all of the CHRs that I needed. To get a brand new Radiant card that I did not yet have. Like, full of hits. Yeah, it saved you from having to send me one. Thank you guys so much for the offer, Kanto Couple, though. You guys are, like, literally the sweetest to even want to do that. Alright, I'm super happy about this hit. That's obviously the biggest hit. We're very stoked with that. Okay, I'll put her here for now. So, am I missing something? I might be, actually. What number are you? Darn it, I think I am missing one. Oh no, I'm not. I just can't count. My binder goes 75 blank and then 76 because I can't count. That's what that was. But it was literally my perfect box. My box is perfect. My box is perfect. So yeah, I have all of the CHRs now. I have 0 CSRs. But that is not bad. I'm curious what cards I was missing. Did I pull the ones I needed? 56 and 57. I'm gonna have a look at what it is that I was chasing. Because I can't even remember. You can't count. I'm shocked. Oh, some amazing clips there if anyone has the energy at this point. We have been here for nearly 7 hours. Okay, so what am I missing? 56 and 57. Did I get them? No, I didn't. I didn't get the Gudra V or the Gudra V star. Did I get number 50? Yes, I did. I got the Steelix. Okay. Okay, excellent. Fabulous. So we've got something. But that's so weird. I didn't get the Gudras at all. Okay. 40 is Gallade V. Yes, box ticked. We did get that, if I can find it. Excellent. I think there's another Radiant that I need. Is this the one that has Heatran in it? Because I don't have that. But I'm getting dangerously close. Maybe not. This isn't the one with Heatran. I have Guardy. Now we have the Steelix. I need the Gudras. I think I'm really close. Okay, excellent. So I need Gudras, but that's not bad. I have a lot of other stuff to put away. Obviously reverse hollows to put in front of my other cards. I don't know if that's how other people do it, but that's what I do. But I will do that off camera because that's boring. Boring AF. Sneasler. Oh, Sneasler. Yeah, I don't have the Radiant Sneasler either. Do not have that, unfortunately, but that's all right. I don't think that one's too expensive. I feel like I'm now at a point where it's wise to not open too much more of that set, to be honest. That's how I'm thinking. I don't know what you guys reckon, but that's where my head's at. Okay, I'll deal with this later. Bulk is the worst. Am I right or am I right? It's literally painful. I want to have as many of these as I can. Stop it, I'm a virgin. Did you make your name that just so you could make people say that? Thank you so much for following. Stop it, I'm a virgin. I love you. Appreciate you. You're getting me closer to my 600 follower goal. I'm very happy to have you here. I pulled the main ones. Exactly. So we might just leave that last box untainted. Hello! Welcome to chat. It always makes me happy when people follow and then they say hi. It's always really nice because I feel like I've made a new friend. It's a reference to a certain cultured video. Oh, wow. Okay. Bulk is the bane of your existence. I need to figure out where to send it, actually. If other Aussies have suggestions, hit me up in Messenger or Discord or something and let me know where you send your bulk. Because I need a good spot to send it to. Definitely. Does anyone want to see anything before I swap my camera view? Do you want to see any of my painted cards? You want to see any other bits of my collection? Anything, let me know. What do you want me to put on this table? Or we'll swap to just face cam and say goodbye before too long. Yeah, Andy, I packed up a bunch of bulk. And I had looked on there was a website that was like, this is how we want you to pack it. Tell us exactly what you have, pack it up, and then we'll send you quotes and then send it to us. And I packed it up and then they never got back to me. So I just have all my bulk in like a box and I don't know what to do with it. My favorite binder. Let me get it, EK. That's a good question. If it's not obvious by the absurd quantity of VMAX Climax that I purchased, it's one of my fave sets. I really love it. So I have a binder that I've put together. This is one of the Vault X binders. So, of course, VMAX Climax gets a zipper. So I've got VMAX Climax, and obviously it's just the regular set. I haven't even finished it. Pumpalicious, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. So I've got my VMAX Climax cards. And I love these cards. It's such a nice set. Yeah, the zip binders are beautiful. And
if I continue going, it's such a massive set, isn't it? At the back, what we have, after all of the trainer cards, and this is my favorite part, is the trainer gallery. So I have opened so much VMAX Climax, but I still haven't finished this. I'm missing Vaporeon, I think is the one that goes there. This page is perfect. Oh my god, is it not the most beautiful thing? These trainer gallery cards are amazing. I'm missing Drugodon. I think I said that right. And one more. Oh, and B. B and the Phalanx. And then after that, I've done all the character cards. And then I put my English character galleries in here too. I don't have many, as you can see. But the character galleries are my favorite. So my plan with this binder is that it's just going to be VMAX, Climax, and then character rares. And that's going to be it. So I'm super excited about that. You're brand new to collecting Pokemon cards, Pumbaa. And you found my Instagram. You had to follow so you can learn. Oh, amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming. Ryan says you've got the Radiant Sneasler and Gudra V-Star. They're doubles for you. Amazing. Well, if you want to share, I just pulled the Gallade V today, but I still need the Gudra V-Star and the Radiant Sneasler. So if you are happy to share, Ryan, that would be amazing. Or if you want to do a trade, let me know. My P.O. box is on my Insta, though. So if you want to send me a letter or anything like that, you're always welcome. But if you'd like a trade, Ryan, more than welcome. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. All right, we'll switch to face cam. I'm looking a little shiny. I can't believe it's been nearly 7 hours. Sheesh. How long have you been collecting? So I started collecting when I was a kid. Pokemon came out when I was about 5 years old. So I was into it when I was little. Obviously had no idea. We would like play with the cards, but we didn't know how to play the TCG. We just had fun. So I had like base set cards that were trashed. Like had rubber bands around them. They were like in the bottom of backpacks, like just gross stuff. And you look back on it now and you go, damn it. And then I sort of gave up on it when I was like around 9 and I had to start going to public school and I wanted to fit in. So stopped for quite a long period of time. Wanted to be like a cool teenager or whatever. And then I went to Japan in 2017. Yeah, I know the feels. It's painful. I went to Japan in 2017 and that like completely reinvigorated my Pokemon enthusiasm. Like I loved going to the Pokemon centers. There was so much like incredible art. Like even just walking around Tokyo, there were these big murals that had Pokemon and stuff on them. And people were so interested and invested in it. There were so many cool things to look at and buy and do, like go to the Pokemon cafes. So that really got me back into it in 2017. When I got back from that holiday, I like really had to save because that holiday was expensive and took a while to pay off afterwards. So it was kind of like partially back into it. I would buy things like here and there after that trip because I sort of was more reinvigorated, and that was when I really got into Pogo. And then it was COVID, I think, that like ramped it up even further, because I think the reality is like not being able to go out the way that I normally would, like go out for dinners and travel and all that kind of stuff, meant that I had way more dispensable income to just have fun with, and buying Pokemon cards seemed like a really fun thing to do, so we got right into it. Pumbaa, you're trying to collect the old Dragon Ball cards. That's cool. Tazos wasn't something I ever had, but that is, I'm sure it's the exact same thing. Like you would have had stuff when you were a kid and the prices have gone up now, but oh well, it is what it is. I mean, they were there for you to have fun with at the time. I think that's the thing, is when you're a kid and you've got all that sort of stuff, it's there for you to have fun with. Most definitely. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for being here. Is there anything else people want to know? My last stream was like mega scuffed. I tried to play
a game on my PC and it just absolutely shat itself. And it ended up being like an entire stream of just chit chat. So anyone who was here last night is definitely sick of hearing me talk. Guarantee it. But if you've got any other questions, if there's anyone that's new, I'm always happy to answer questions. I'm an open book. But thank you so much, Ches, for that incredible raid. Really appreciate it. And to all the new faces, thank you for being here. I welcome you. If you'd like to come back, you're more than welcome. I stream every week at the same time, so it's 2 p.m. Australia time is when I start. And I usually go for like 5 or 6 hours, but this stream I think has been about 7, so that's pretty cool. And definitely because of you guys, so being able to welcome some new people, so thank you so much. It's awesome to see card pack opening streamers on Twitch. Definitely, I think it is really fun. It's really fun to see people open packs. I totally agree. And thank you for an awesome stream. Yeah, I know, it's been a little bit, it's been a minute since I've had something to eat, to be honest, which is unusual. That is like out of character. I would say regular snacks are part of my normal day, but streaming is like one of those things I just don't want to stop. I get so addicted to it, just don't want to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. But you know who we really need to raid is Laws, because she is doing a special stream, so we'll make sure she's still on. Sorry, my windows are playing up. Come on, mate. So we've got to go say hi to Laws. What's Dale, what's a good thing that people can say in the chat when we go say hi to Laws? So Laws is one of the Card Stars fam, and she's celebrating her birthday from this week. So we are gonna go say hi to Laws. She's got a subathon going. We definitely want to go say hello. I think it'll be nice to bring some more viewership over to say hello to her, help her celebrate her birthday. Thank you so much, Auntie. Epic stream, incredible alt, and amazing chats. Absolutely, and that's all thanks to you guys. Pumba, you said you opened a gold Ultra Bot and had no idea what it was until you looked on eBay and saw the price. Oh no. That's always like a rough feeling, isn't it, after you open it? Oh gosh, well. No, Andy, definitely don't apologize. Don't apologize it was hard, because it was a really good learning experience. And to be honest, the fact that I knew I was going to do the Heracross for you and I'd never done a holo was the only reason I painted that Mew in the first place. And that was a really good learning experience and a really good time, and it came out really good. So I'm definitely keen to do more, and I like being challenged, and I'm so happy that you like it, and I really can't wait to see it in this lab. So absolutely, like, zero apology needed. It was such a fun time. Oh, I'm so glad that you're happy with it. That's amazing. But yeah, I will definitely get that sent off. And I'm happy to send it straight to CTA. I'll DM them and make sure that they're happy and I can get that sent off. So I'm super stoked with that. I'm really happy that you're happy though. That means the world. And Ryan, thank you so much. That is so thoughtful of you. So Dark Phantasma is nearly done. There's only, I think, one more card I need, and it won't be too expensive. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you, all of you. What I want you to say when you go over, just say Pokemon Rage. That's the command. I'll give you one to copy. So please copy and paste that if you're gonna go on the raid. Say hello to Laws. Let her know that I sent you. Pumba says you're shocked at how much it goes for. Instantly for sale. Instantly for sale. But you'll try to stop by for pack moment. Yes, please do come back, Pumba. Much appreciated. Okay, so yeah, Andy, I did win your giveaway. I haven't forgotten. I won your giveaway, and you were gonna send me a Whimsy. I bought a Whimsy. But yes, anyway, I digress. We should go raid Laws. We should go say hello. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to raiders, new viewers, followers. Appreciate you so much. I'm so glad you're here. I'm really excited to go wish Laws a happy birthday. So please copy paste a happy birthday message and we will go say hi. Raid in 10 seconds. So gear yourselves up. Let's go say hello. Spam her with love. Wish her a happy birthday. Much love to you guys. Love you all lots. I hope that you have an amazing week. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely. Warm welcome anytime, Pumbaa. You're welcome back anytime. I hope you guys have a great night, and I'll see you soon. Bye.